watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium with Jordy Jane. Live from jordyjanes.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good afternoon and good morning. Welcome to the Jordy Jane Show for the next 15 minutes. My name is Jordy Janes. I'm a psychic medium and I live in Wallen, Victoria. And today is a really interesting day. Today is obviously Thursday over here, but we're actually getting more and more into spring, and I actually noticed, and I absolutely adored it. I went to my beautiful chiropractor last night and watched the sun set at a later time than 5 o'clock, and it was so nice to actually watch. And the sunset was absolutely beautiful, by the way, but it was a longer day, so the sun didn't really set till 6 o'clock, and I'm like, yay, we're going into spring and summer. I'm so excited. So you guys are going into fall, so it's really interesting looking at the seasons and looking at the change. And today I was going to talk about how sometimes we may feel a little bit off because one of our elements is not in alignment or balanced. So what I mean by that is earth, air, fire, and water, and spirit. Obviously there's 5. But as I look around my house, as I look around my house, I notice that I don't have a lot of plants inside my house, but we've actually just gone a little bit cray-cray. I don't know, you can't really see it, but I've just got a couple of fish tanks in my room now, and I'm absolutely ballistic with fish at the moment. So I've got the water down pat, I've got the incense, which is air, and I've got candles, which is fire, but I need to get some plants in here. So I know that I'm going to do some balancing around the house over the next couple of weeks to bring some plants into the house to have that element of earth in here as well. And of course spirit, because this is my spirit room, this is my spook room, so I always work in here for spirit, as you can tell. So what the meaning of all that is, sometimes if we do feel a little bit off, have a look at some of the elements around the house. I keep hearing feng shui, but there is other elements where you can use that, but you can also just be in awareness of going, oh, I've got too much water here, I need to put some candles, or I've got too much air, I need to have earth. So really have a look and balance the house around a little bit. And I know we've all been in isolation and we've been in lockdown, and I'm in stage 3 at the moment. I'm in country, so I'm not actually in stage 4, which is in Melbourne City itself. So I'm sort of blessed in that sort of sense. But realistically, because we're at home a lot at the moment, it's always good to have a balanced house so you don't feel unbalanced, if that makes sense. So just a little bit of food for thought today. So I'm just waiting for my first caller, and I have the beautiful Sherry from York in Maine. Hi, Sherry. How you going? That was quick.
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good. So nice to talk to you today, or this afternoon, the evening. Sorry, I'm still a little bit time funny about this. So how would you like me to work for you today? I am a psychic medium. Did you want me to go psychic with you, or would you like me to go mediumship with you? How would you like me to work?
Psychic.
Okay, cool. So as I'm connecting with you, I sort of gathered that was going to be the case. Not to say that no one's around me, but I just feel like I want to go and get into some, I don't want to go too nitty gritty on air, but I just feel like I want to get into things and pull things apart for you. So would I make sense that you're a little bit, I want to say you're on the right path, or you feel like this is the right opportunity or right path you're going to take, but you're still not quite sure? Does that make sense?
Um, yeah.
Because it feels like I want to go around work, but also life. I feel like there's a life-work balance around. This makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you. And it's really interesting because I just want to say, it's like I want to. Oh my God, I love your energy. It's like you go through stages of being so energetic, and then sometimes you go on the low lows, like you just don't have any energy at all. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
So as I connect with that, because this is sort of showing me why the opportunities are coming up for you, but you're sort of pulling yourself back going, oh, I don't know if I've got enough energy for that. Would I make sense that you've been offered an opportunity about 2 or 3 weeks ago, or there's something coming up?
Yeah.
Okay. And as I connect with this as well, I want to sort of acknowledge that you don't, it's like you've got the right information and you've got the right knowledge for it, but you don't know if you're going to have the energy for it. Does this make sense?
No.
Okay. What is going on here? That's all right. No's are fine. That's okay. I don't mind no's. I just have a look at it a little bit differently, because I just feel that what I'm feeling with you is you're going, oh, okay. So would it make sense that the opportunity or what's coming up for you is going to add extra time restrictions to you, or time management is not it's not that balance? Would that make sense?
No. Everything's going good with it.
Okay, cool. Because I just want to say, okay, thank you. Because I am seeing time management. So if I just want to acknowledge making sure that you might have to rearrange rosters or time to fit time in for you. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Because this is where all the work-life balance is sort of starting to creep in, is what I feel, because you're not having time for you. And I feel like there's a little bit of a frustration going on here, which also gives you a low energy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. But what's with, okay, thank you. If I said to you, I'm seeing a baseball bat, is there something around baseball or softball around you or someone around you?
Yeah.
Thank you. And is this a child? Is this do you have children? Yes?
Yeah.
Thank you. Do you have two?
I do.
Thank you. And I want to say there's something about, I don't know if it's around the oldest one, because I see sort of personalities, but I want to say the oldest one, and I feel like I want to put a baseball or softball bat in their hand. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Now, also just quickly, because I feel like I want to say, oh, would I make sense? Is that beautiful boy that you have is the oldest?
No.
Okay. So, okay, thank you. If it's okay, bear with me for a second because I see personalities. So, if your oldest is a girl, would I make sense that she's a little bit like, I want to say like pink, like she's very outgoing, very motivated? Would that make sense to you?
Extremely, yes.
Thank you. It's like I can see her climbing trees and going on dirt bikes and just being that beautiful motivation. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just feel like I want to put a softball or baseball bat in her hand, but I feel like she's athletic, so I feel like anything that she goes to really is, she's very that sort of orientated. Would that make sense?
Yeah.
Thank you. Is the youngest a boy though?
Yeah.
Thank you. It's also really interesting too. Would I make sense that the youngest is a bit of an old soul? He's a very funny old soul. Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Thank you. He looks like as he walks around, I feel like he walks like an old man, but he's not an old man.
Yeah.
Thank you. And as I just want to say, you've got a most gorgeous family and
Thanks.
partner, yes?
I don't know.
Okay. Interesting, because I'm seeing a partner around you. So if you're looking or you're ready, I want to say yes, there's a partner coming for you, Cherie.
Okay.
Okay. Even if they're starting to present themselves right now, I feel like that's a really good thing. But I just feel like I want to say to you, coming back to what I was talking about at the start, please look after time management for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because and I know that your opportunities are starting to come. I want to say, I don't know if you've noticed, but if you've said yes to the opportunity, I don't know if it's around work, I feel like it is. If it's around work and you've said yes, I want to say there's more coming for you in a really good way.
Good.
Okay. And I just want to say, I keep hearing to tell you to stop moving the house around. I feel like the house is settled. Does this make sense?
Yep.
Because I'm being shown that, have you moved furniture or if you moved something of late and you're going, nah, it doesn't sit right, I'll leave it there for a couple of weeks and then move it again?
Yes.
Thank you. I know that I've got someone with me, and I feel like might be a grandmother, but I just want to acknowledge a lady that's with me who just wants to give you the biggest hug and the biggest kiss on the cheek, and she's very proud of you. And she's just going, can you stop moving the house around?
Oh, that's awesome.
It's like, does that make sense? Because I just feel like she wants, and she also wants to give you a vase with flowers in it.
Okay.
Okay. And it's really funny because I feel like this is an old antique vase that's got flowers on it, and I know that it probably wouldn't go with your decor, but I just feel like that. But she just wants to give you a big hug and a pat on the back because I'm running out of time.
Oh.
So can I leave that with you,
great.
Sherry?
Thank you.
No, thank you for calling and allowing me to connect. Have a lovely day. Don't forget, you guys can connect with me on Geordie Jane's Psychic Medium on my Facebook page. Have a lovely week, guys. Remember, balance those elements and have a great week, and I'll chat to you next week. All right. Bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Jacqueline Close-More Live with Jacqueline Close-More. Jacqueline Close-More. Live from Jacqueline.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Jacqueline Close-More
On
Live.
A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to the show. I'm Jacqueline Close-More and you're on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. I'm actually coming to you from Melbourne, from my lounge room. Woo-hoo. Way to go there. Now, today I actually wanted to cover the topic of workplace bullying. Yeah, I know, right? But also I've got a reading to do that someone's written in and asked, and I'm also going to be going across live to my Facebook page after this, which is Jacqueline Closemore Live, so you'll find me there if you're looking. But yeah, I wanted to kind of cover the topic of workplace bullying because it's quite a huge thing. And one of my sons actually asked me, and we were discussing this last night, and he actually asked me to use his example. So what I'm going to do is use his example without identifying anything about the workplace in as much as I can. And also, I'm not going to tell you which son. Although I'll tell you what, they're like chalk and cheese. So one of them is, well, they're both very sensitive. They both pick up on stuff. One is like if you can imagine trying to run up and hit a brick wall, that's what you're going to get from one of them if you try doing something like that. But the other one's very sensitive. And what can happen, and to help you with how to deal with workplace bullying, is to understand, first of all, is it you or is it them? Well, it's them, okay? It's not okay if someone's deciding to target you. And workplace psychopaths tend to actually target people, and they tend to know which people to go for. It's the same as sexual predators. They tend to pick people who have a bit of a more vulnerable energy or a sensitive energy. That doesn't mean that it's in any way ever to be seen as the fault or you attracted it. You didn't. This person's just there. They're doing what they're doing. So, you know, I sort of heard the old saying of when someone comes to you and treats you wrongly, that, you know, that's their karma. What you do about it is yours. So, you know, I think the thing to not do is to necessarily immediately get aggressive. I think being assertive is very different to aggressive. And ways of being assertive are to pull them up straight away. The earlier you pull someone up for behaviour that's just not okay, the less likely it's to escalate. The other thing as well to understand is that with workplace bullying particularly, if you tend to be the one, if you're different, you'll get picked out a bit quicker. And it's okay to be different, it's okay to be who you are, but you have to own that. If you really own that, then if someone says something to you, it's not going to hit you anywhere near as much. And what a workplace bullying is looking for is actually a reaction. And, you know, somewhere along the way, early on in their life, they've been shown that it's okay to pick on someone. So if you're raising children and you've got one that's picking on the other constantly, it seems to be that, you know, they seem to be able to do this. You have to sort of look at that fairly early on in the piece and say, hang on a minute, maybe I need to pull them up now, because what we don't address now in our kids becomes what they become in adults. Some of our political leaders are great examples of that, of not having been corrected. So, you know, the problem with evil is not evil people, it's good people who do nothing. So this is why you have to call out behaviour in a group. And if you see someone who's really having a wrong statement to somebody else and really pulling them down, what are you doing nothing? You know, because if you and someone else and we all kind of speak up and say that's not factual, because the one thing is bullies rely on the fact that you're not going to pick them up on facts. They think that because you won't address it in the moment, because you're so shocked by what they've actually said, that you don't just say, hey, look, I call BS on that. They know they can just keep perpetuating. The thing is, bullies don't care about facts. They just care about the fact that they can get away with this thing, and no matter how ridiculous what they're saying is, they're going to be able to get to the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. And if they just keep putting next things in front of you, you're not going to have time to catch up and catch yourself and address it. So the thing to do is get them at the start. And that doesn't mean getting very reactive, emotional. It's, hey, mate, that's not okay. You know, or you can say, well, does that usually work for you? It probably does. So if you say that, maybe that works, maybe that doesn't. But the thing is to address it pretty well straight away. And where bullies also sort of rely on is that we won't call them out and on their lies. So they'll just keep fabricating. So it's important to sort of stop that. Now, my son actually asked to mention, you know, he sort of said, well, if my example helps just one person, then that, you know, that's what it's worth. So in Australian workplace law, there's actually, you can take time off called stress leave. And with stress leave, you can actually take 2 weeks off, no questions asked. I mean, your doctor's going to ask some questions and you get a medical certificate from your doctor saying it's stress. And in my son's particular case, he was being bullied to the point of sexual harassment by other men, and my son is straight. By the time the bullying escalated to the point where he really wanted me to step in and address this, and he's a grown man, he's capable of dealing with things on his own, but he'd gotten that worn down. And that's what they do, they wear you down, bullies. He got that worn down that he said, Mum, I don't know what to do. I can't even address this with my boss. He was getting sexually harassed. He was getting, spanked on the arse as he walked past. He was screaming, stop it, like really shouting, stop it, getting very angry. And they say, oh, what, can't you take a joke? Well, I'm sorry, sexual harassment is no joke. It got to the point he started to question his own sexuality. That's how much he was affected by this bullying. And he was afraid of turning up to work. He was afraid of leaving. He was afraid that his boss would attempt to call his new workplace, if he went to a new workplace, and get him out of his job. And that can sound pretty unreal, but this sort of thing does happen in that industry, which I will not name. In that industry, they rate women 1 to 10. They then make up stories about what they would do with that woman. It's a very misogynistic type of energy, and it really didn't suit my son at all. You could say, well, why did he attract that? Well, we can call that past life karma, we can call it a range of things. And in a way, he was just being his open, caring, genuine, sensitive self in the wrong environment. So, you have to kind of address, am I in the right work environment? Is this the right industry for me? Is this a part of the universe saying, you're in the right field? And it turned out that he wasn't really happy in the field anyway, and that this general attitude from the men he was working with was quite prevalent across the industry. So I just said to him, right, you want to leave? Yes, Mum, and I've got another job. I just can't bring myself to tell the employer. I said, okay, here's what we're going to do. How much annual leave you got? He says, I've got 2 weeks annual leave left. I said, great. I said, and what we're going to do is run your leave down. He said, what? I said, well, you're going to the doctor, and I actually got him to tell me all the things. And if you have someone who's been bullied, this is the thing to do, is to get all the facts down in bullet points, because then as they speak, you can actually turn that into a bullet point. The boss would encourage others to say these particular things about me, for example. That could be one bullet point. The boss, spanks my ass as I walk past. I mean, sexual harassment right there. So we had all of these. We had about 20 points. I then printed that out for him, because when someone's bullied in a heightened state of victimization, they can't really articulate. So when you see a rape victim up in court, which you won't see, but when you hear their testimony or you get to see the transcript, it looks jumbled all over the place. Well, does that make them a liar? God, no. They're traumatized. So this is why having a bullet point list, if you've got someone or you yourself are having trouble articulating what's happening to you because you're traumatized, if you put that all down in bullet points while you're clear thinking, maybe have help from someone to do that and get that all down, then take that to the doctor. My son walked in, he showed that to the doctor. The doctor read it. He didn't have to say a thing, and immediately was given 2 weeks off. We used that as an annual leave and his notice. He then, the following week, started the new job place, and I retrained him on how to speak to other employees. And this is the important thing. Are you oversharing? And he was oversharing. Because bullies will tend to look for the person who shares a lot of information, and they use that against you. So in the workplace, it should be, hi, what do you do on the weekend? Oh, nothing much. If you're in a workplace where, you can see that there's going to be that kind of energy building up if you share too much. So not much happened, this sort of thing. Because what a bully will do is pick off the points about you that they can see that are different or unique, or they see as weak. And they'll then use that against you to tease you, to pick on you, to undermine you, to degrade you to the point where it's like, I don't feel like being here at all. So it's about having your boundaries up clearly, holding back your essence. If you're a giver and a sharer, hold that back when you're in the workplace, because it's really important, because And also the other things is if you're being left out. So one of my clients was left out of things quite a bit. And another thing bullies do is they try to isolate you and make you separate from the group. So wasn't invited to certain events that this person was well and truly supposed to be invited to. And the thing that I would have done, and this person had left it months before really the whole thing had blown up. And to bring everything all at once, and it was all very emotional. The thing to do is, in that moment of that first infraction, speak up. Say, hey, just looks like you've overlooked adding me to that. And I really need to be there because said boss has already said that you need to add me to that. So what you're doing, if you notice you're not on the invite, is to say to the boss, hey, I'm not on the invite, I'm supposed to be on the invite. Seems she's mistaken to put it on there. And then you say, so I'll just go and talk to her about that, will I? Go and talk to her about it and say, so-and-so said you've missed me off the list and you need to put me on it. Have a nice day. And that smile, because you're not giving the emotion, you're not giving the charge, you're not showing fear, you're not showing anger. These are the things they're wanting from you. So it's really important not to do that. And, have faith in yourself. So I'm going to do that reading across on my Facebook page on Jacqueline Closemore Live. And I'll talk a little bit more about that and answer questions for commenters live on air. So it's been lovely speaking to you again. I look forward to catching up with you next week. And just remember to have more belief and faith in yourself. Reach out for help if you need it from people that you care about, and speak to people. Yeah. Usually, though, you catch them out in their lies. You'll be able to stop them if enough of you do it, but don't do it on your own. Anyway, I'm going to catch you next week. Lots of love.
Amazingly accurate, clear answers to any question. You'll love Suzanne Marie readings. Clairvoyant reader and spiritual light trance medium. Tarot is used for spirit confirmation. She's been a spiritual reader for 30 years and would love to be able to bring accurate, clear, visionary readings for those who seek answers. Available online and phone. Call 320-455-2303 or email readingsbysuzanne@gmail.com. Suzanne Marie. Check her event page for specials. $20 for 20 minutes through 2020. Wow.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for Psychic Paths with Suzanne Marie. Live from PsychicPaths.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Psychic Paths
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to A1R Psychic Radio. I'm Suzanne Marie, and I'll be your host for the next half an hour. I am a clairvoyant and a light trance medium, and my favorite thing to do is readings. So every week I share my gifts here, and it brings me complete joy. So here I am again, another Wednesday, and I want to welcome everybody. And I hope that we have some good callers tonight, and I hope to assist in any way possible. And also, there are many readers tonight on the lineup, so please stick with us, even though you may not get a call or a reading tonight from me. There are many more readers tonight, and look at the schedule because they may fit you in. And so I want to welcome you, and I want to say that the best thing in the world is to be kind and loving, and that's my motto, that no kindness is ever wasted. So I urge everyone to try their best to be kind to other people in other situations, and it'll come back. I believe in what goes around comes around, and what you give out, you also receive. So that's my message for the night, personally. And I'd like to thank my sponsor, Chris Roman, and you can find him at Psychology Today on the website. And also you can look at my website, www.psychicpaths.com, or come and join me on Facebook at my page there, Psychic Paths. I'd love to see you there. So, so I hope that I get some good reading tonight and some good questions. And, so how's everyone else doing? I hope that everyone is staying safe and healthy and positive. It's a very trying time. A lot of anxiety and anxiousness. And I hope that everyone has support networks for any anxiety that people are going through. Family networks or work networks or some kind of network, spiritual networks. So, and any questions that you have, please ask, and I will be happy to answer them. Tammy from British Columbia. Hello.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing good tonight. What can I help you with tonight?
I'm just really trying to work on manifesting some things to work out to cover some things that I need to cover financially. I'm just wondering if that's going to work out and how that's going and what any messages Spirit has for me.
Okay, hang on a second and let's see what Spirit says.
Okay.
Are you manifesting spiritually?
Yes, I'm working with my guides and things, and angels. And
Okay. Yeah, so what I'm picking up is abundance. The abundance that you're putting out there is going to come forth to you. At first, it seemed kind of exorbitant, but that's how I manifest too. Is like everything. So, but I do see that a great deal of abundance is going to be coming back to you, and it's working. It's working what you're doing. Yes. I wish I had that much a manifesting gift. Yes, so I do see that happening. Yeah, I see you in the light. So it's really, really beautiful. Spirit is saying that it's going to be coming in unexpected ways, not just career, and not in the only in the traditional sense. That some of the ways that the financial freedom will come might surprise you, but all is going to be coming.
awesome, thank you. Yeah, because I've been really kind of I've been trying to believe, keep manifesting, but it's been taking some time, and so then I started kind of fall almost like into a bit of a depression, a dark night of the soul. So I'm just kind of been stuck lately.
Spirit says you deserve it. And you deserve the security that it will bring you. I would say sometime in September. And also, it keeps on. It's not like one big windfall or, one big plopping down, but I see it going monthly abundance, especially in October.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty neat. It's neat to see you in the light. Is there any other question that you have?
No, just is there anything else Spirit feels led that I need to know at this time?
Okay. Let me see what they say. There's another situation. I don't think it's financial, but there's another burden that you're dealing with, and they're saying to stay hopeful and keep the faith. Yeah, something is bringing you down, and it's not finances, but Spirit says to be faith, have faith. Something too is I'm getting from Spirit that you're contemplating at some point a move. Maybe not right away, but you're feeling as if in the next year or so you'll be moving. You're a planner. So I see that everything is going to work out for you. Spirit is very much connected to you, and so but on those down times, I want you to remember that Spirit is there. Spirit is paying attention to you. You're very precious, and they want you to have the faith that things will work out.
Thank you very much for this reassurance.
Yes. Yes. So, yeah, good luck.
Thank you very much. Sending you much love and appreciation. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, we've got Palesa on the line. Hello.
Yes. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
How are you doing?
Yes, this is Palesa.
Yes, what can I help you with?
Work. One, work. Two, I have a new love prospect. But the main thing right now is work. I'm really battling to find work. I don't know what's going on. I get kind of good sort of offers even directed to me, and I don't get past the first round. But yeah, so that's kind of what's making me anxious now.
Okay, hang on, I'll see what Spirit says. Um,
Hello?
Hi, yeah, I have to see what Spirit says. Spirit is saying that you have more tools to work than what you're giving. Do you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
You have more abilities than what you're looking for. Do you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Now, they're saying you're looking for one kind of a job, one kind of employment, but Spirit wants you in the other area
Okay.
that you're good at. And they're saying this is just a push to get you into that situation. Let me see what they're saying about what that is.
Uh-huh.
They're saying you know what that is, that there are many things that you're good at, but they're saying you need to go into the other field that you're good at too. Do you know what I'm saying? You're
Uh-huh.
you're neglecting one thing to get these jobs.
Okay.
Can you put all of your abilities out on the resume?
Uh-huh.
That's what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Spirit wants you in a specific job area. And I know that sounds kind of flaky, but sometimes that's what Spirit does. They force us into a situation, and they're just asking you to look at the other abilities that you're good at for jobs.
Uh-huh.
What are you applying for?
I'm a media producer, but not a journalist. Yeah, I'm a filmmaker, director, broadcasting kind of person. And I want to work in social justice organizations. I don't necessarily want to be directing, but I'd like to oversee people who are directing and making communications to make the world a better place. So, I know that I'm not leading with the thing that I'm most known for, which is directing.
I would just suggest you put that on there too. Not
Mm-hmm.
to. I don't want to
It's there. I'm just not leading with that. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But that's what they're saying. They say they want everything down on that resume, and I do sense
Okay.
that we'll get employment by the middle or the end of September, and it has to do with one gentleman, and the social justice is his his um his bloodline almost. It's what he does. So you're going to be connected. You're going to be networking with the right people.
Uh-huh.
So I would suggest just putting it all on the resume, and listen to your guide when you're doing that, because I do feel like employment is right around the corner.
Oh, fantastic. Uh-huh.
The way that you'll know, I'm going to give you a sign, and the sign is, I think it's almost like a mandala poster or it looks like one. So it could be on the TV, it could be on a wall, but you're going to see a mandala, and that's your sign that's right around the corner. Your employment is right around the corner, and everything will work out with that. So I'd say, yeah, by the end of September, you're working really hard, and you're bringing it forth too, with either praying or talking to the universe. I get that too. Is there anything else I can answer for you?
Yeah, I mean, in the midst of all of this, looking for work for months and this pandemic, I also somehow have met two gentlemen or a gentleman that I've started dating, and I'm surprised. I mean, he lives in another city. He drove 4 hours to come and see me. He comes every 2 weeks to the city that I'm in, and I don't know. I mean, I want to ask about him because he's lovely.
Let me get a good clear vision of him. I sense that he's very intelligent.
Yeah.
And very kind. It was like he was raised with a lot of manners.
Yes.
He carried that. He carried that. He has a good sense of humor too. I get that he likes to laugh. I see that working out. Really, he's a keeper. Let me see what else I see. Yes, I see a very long relationship, but I see that if they're married, it's going to be a slow moving into marriage. And I don't know if that's because of him or because of you, but it's almost like work takes precedence before marriage. Like, you want to be focused. But yeah, he is absolutely wonderful for you. He's a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a really good guy, and the way you describe him is exactly him. I mean, he says he wants a long-term relationship, which is what I want, but, I want that to lead to marriage eventually. I just don't want a long relationship just for the sake of it.
I think that yes, but I also see that within the relationship and the long relationship, that there's going to be priorities first, and the marriage will come. It's not far away, but it's almost like work is just going to take precedence over that.
Sure.
You're going to be involved with projects, and it's like the marriage proposal comes, but it's like, can I finish these 2 or 3 projects? Kind of like that. I do see it happening though, and I see. My goodness, are you sitting down? I see 2 twin boys.
Oh, that's not possible. The factory is closed.
Either you are a twin family, or he's a twin family, or you're both twin family. So I see twins coming in your future.
Wow. Okay. I mean, they would have to be adopted because we're older. We're in our 50s.
I sense some twins coming.
Wow.
So
okay.
It's pretty neat to see. I'm seeing what else I can give you tonight. I wouldn't be surprised. It seems to be it seems to me that things in your life are surprising and unexpected. But most of all, you're blessed. But it seems like your blessings come unexpected. Is that
They do. They do, and big things. I mean, I get big, wonderful opportunities unexpectedly. So, even though I haven't worked for a long time and plus this pandemic isn't helping and stuff like that, I know that I've had amazing opportunities, before that. So I know that, something that's the history of my life. And then, back to work, I just don't know because I normally get work through some kind of referral. I've never, ever had a job that I've applied for, to tell the truth. And even coming from another country to this country, I've been here 5 years. I've got great high-profile jobs just through, somebody mentioning me to somebody or that I should contact this person. So it's kind of hard job searching. Mm-hmm.
The gentleman that I see that you get the opportunity from, you probably already know him. I sense that you already know him, that it's already a network. But I don't think that the gentleman I see, I'm trying to describe him, but all I get is that he dresses really well. It doesn't mean he's wealthy, but he dresses really nice. He cares about the way he dresses. I think that he doesn't know about what you're looking for, but at some certain point he finds out, and then everything will work out.
Okay.
I think you already know him. This gentleman, he's a gentleman that cares about what he looks like. He's not a slob. I don't even think he has a day of casual. There's no casual with him. But that's the guy that I see you networking with. And you're really blessed. So when you get anxious, just remember that you are blessed and things will work out. Don't let it overwhelm you. Don't fret. Keep the faith that things will work out. And the mandala is your sign for when things work out. Yeah. I see a good love life. I see good work. I see the work that you do. I see that there's an abundance also of projects. It's not projects that are going to try. Are you worried about a family member?
My mom, because she's in another country, so she's older. Cause I'm in my 50s, and it's just a worry because we can't travel. My country is closed. She's fine. We talk to her every week. My sister does. So she's just my only kind of worry that if something happened before we can travel internationally, we wouldn't be able to make it to her funeral.
I'm so sorry for that, but you're right. She is okay, and she will be okay. So I don't think the limitations on travel are going to affect you with that, with your mother's well-being. She'll be okay. I sense men around her to take care of her too. It's not just females, but men.
Yeah, her grandson, who's in his mid-30s, that she raised, and he's very, he's successful and responsible. So he's around and, checking on her in she's in a retirement village, like a luxury retirement village where she's well taken care of, but he's around. And my brother, he's a bit useless, but the closest people around her are men. So you were correct.
Well, be at peace because she will be okay. I want that anxiety away from you, and I see you getting that job in September, and your love life is amazing. He's an amazing guy. You caught a good one, so.
I hope so. Yeah. It's new. I just met him, finally in the flesh last weekend after speaking for about a month and a half, and it was lovely. He's lovely. Yeah, he's divorced and 10-year-old kid, looks after his mom. He's great. So
good. I'm glad. Congratulations.
I just want to know that he's genuine. I need to know that he's genuine. That I don't think, this guy's wonderful, and then meanwhile he's like a playboy or something. Mm-hmm.
It seems that he's very honest. He's up front with the things that he needs to be up front with.
Mhm.
So I saw that right away. That even in conversation, he's honest.
Oh, great. Oh, that's all I need to hear, because I haven't been getting that these past few years from men. So yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for calling. It was an honor.
Thank you so much.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, and bless you. All right.
Too. All right.
Bye.
Oh, bye-bye. Well, thank you for joining me on this Wednesday night, and stay tuned because we have more readers. All right. Have a great night.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons.
Perry Lyons.
Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, gentlemen, my cherished ducklings. This is actually a bow because occasionally a girl wakes up and she says, "Today I want to look like Minnie Mouse." So that's what happened. Hi, welcome to New York City Celebrity Psychic, Perry Lyons, which is also me. And I'm so glad you're here. Makes me so happy. Okay. Well, we're going to move right to the Tarot Psychic weather for the week. Not to be confused with actual weather, because psychic weather doesn't actually damage the crops, and we can't control it with our minds. Oh, wait, maybe we can. What I'm going to do is pick 3 tarot cards that will sort of describe the week coming up, and I'm picking them randomly, rooting around now. I hope you guys had a good week. I saw a really good movie called on it's Prime called Family Games, with a terrific director's name is Suzuya Bobo. She's lovely. So it's a really good movie, Family Games. Go watch it. Oh my gosh, this is awesome. Wow. Okay, the 3 cards I picked. And this is kind of tuning into what people used to call, and still do in fact, the zeitgeist, which is a word that means spirit of the time, the spirit of the moment. And so it's kind of an unconsciously agreed upon thing that we all sort of experience the time of our culture at the same time. It's why people tend to, if you look back at old pictures, people are wearing like strange fashions, but at the time they were all wearing it, so it seemed normal. So zeitgeist for our week is the Ace of Cups, which is great. It means that it's the beginning of a time of, the beginning of a whole cycle. Oh, hi, Annabelle in Syracuse. I'll be ready with you in a minute. Just going to finish this. I love the name Annabelle. Oh, love that name. Okay. This is, we're going to hold it up the right way, or the wrong way. I've been doing this for 2 years. I can never get it right. Okay, the Ace of Cups this week is the beginning of a new cycle. And that cycle is, cups represent emotions. The Ace of Cups is the beginning of a whole new time of, but it contains a lot of emotional satisfaction. If I get this for a client, it often means that they're about to fall in love, which I'm like, no, don't do that. But it's the beginning of a time of, a new time of like emotional freedom, feeling loved and supported by those around you, feeling like you really suddenly know and love yourself. It's a very good card. I love doing that. Okay. The next card is really good, and I think this has to do, it's called the Sun card. When you get the Sun card, the times I've gotten this in my life have always been times when, I'm sorry, I'm being outwitted by a colored piece of cardboard here. There. Anyway, the times I've gotten the Sun card have always been the times that I was happier than I expected to be by any reason. Like, it's a time when it's not actually representing a naked baby on a horse coming through your living room, although if that happens, please call me. I'll give you the number of a good therapist. But the Sun card represents a time when we're emerging into the sunshine, which is literally what's kind of happening now. And we're emerging into a new time in our lives and a new time in our society when things are getting, I mean, it's a little, we've got some birth pains now, but things are about to get better than they've been for a long time. And we're in our personal lives, this week should see a lot of opening up, a lot of great, again, beginnings, new beginnings, unless that's redundant. Are there old beginnings? Okay. This is a great card, and if you find yourself feeling like a childlike sense of wonder and happiness this week, that's this card. And what's the last card? Oh, wow. I really like that. The Chariot card. And honestly, this came up with the Page of Swords. I grabbed them both at the same time. Page of Swords is kind of like the Zoom card. It's a card of, okay, I'm going to get this right. There you go. It's a card of electronic messages. Of messages like, it's a card of getting stuff done through unseen means. I'm trying to say the internet, but it's been kind of a crazy day, so I'm not actually saying the internet. And this is a card, the Chariot card is a time of triumph. So if you have been like doing remote meetings, you might find that you're going to continue to do that, and that you also might have found during the last couple of weeks or months that you have a talent that's really brought out in like remote meetings, that you have a talent for communication, that you find that you're expressing your ideas in a clearer way than you ever have before. The Page of Swords is about like communication, emails, Zoom meetings, and the Chariot card is a card of victory. So looks like a good week. Okay, we've got Annabelle. Thank you so much for being here, Annabelle. How can I help you today?
Honestly, I just want a reading about anything, about maybe my life, my future.
The good stuff, right. I got you. Ready, honey?
Exactly,
Okay,
yeah.
I like to connect with people by asking what their birthday is. You don't have to tell me the year. So just tell me your birthday.
June 3rd.
June what? It beeped
3rd.
when you said the June 3rd. Oh, you little Gemini, you. Well,
yep.
I like to charge my Gemini clients twice as much because there's 2 people I'm reading for. That's also a very good week of Gemini. That's the Libra week of Gemini, and it's the nice Gemini, the Gemini who won't dazzle you with her charm and run off with your boyfriend and your jewelry. The Libra Gemini is the one who comes in and just kind of makes everybody feel better. You're a good peacemaker. You're good at making things pretty. And tell me your first name, my love. So it was Annabelle. Sorry, I knew that. Hold on one second.
Annabelle. Yep.
Yeah, got it. Oh, you're very original. Do you have a little ADHD, which I actually consider a gift? Because your mind just is always working, and you're thinking really unusual. You have the capacity to think about like a lot of different things. You know, most people just think about like 1 or 2 things. You see the world as this sort of wondrous Disneyland of adventures and possibilities. You have lovely energy. I'm going to pick some cards for you, which I don't usually do. Knight of Swords. King of Cups.
Thank you.
You're welcome, and you know it's true, too. Wow, this is really good. I'm looking at your cards.
It is.
Yeah, it is. Hold on one second. I've got a lot of cards here. I got very, very ambitious all of a sudden. Okay. Priestess. You know, you have a certain amount of sort of, ooh, cool. You have a certain amount of psychic ability or intuitive ability. Have you noticed that?
Swear to God, I do think I'm psychic.
Yeah. I don't think it's weird. I think everybody.
And I can like connect with a saint.
You connect what? Say it again.
I feel like when I talk to people, like they're gonna say I like can. You probably think I'm crazy, but I feel it.
Did you say you connect to their saints earlier? Was that what you said? Or did I just hear that? you totally connect with people. And if you didn't say, I connect with their saints, then that's actually what you're doing, no matter what religion or creed they are. You do have an ability to kind of jump into the other person's space in a very good way, in a non-intrusive way, right? But you have the ability to kind of jump into other people and feel and do a kind of what I call soul listening when you choose to. But it's a really interesting talent. And next week I'll be talking about, I'm going to be teaching a class in this, and I've got a new little book I'm going to be promoting about how to get in touch with this. But for you, if you can find an app, like a meditation app, there are a couple of good ones. 10% is nice. Calm is nice. And just do a meditation in the morning. Use an app. It's much easier. That will get you in touch with your ability a lot faster than almost anything else. However, another thing you can do, and then we'll get to your reading, is just get a little notebook. And when you have like a little premonition or a little thought about somebody, or just write it down and don't censor yourself, even if it seems stupid. Even if you see your friend like Jane and she's got a bowl of petunias in her head, just write that down, because she might call you later and say, probably not that I've got a bowl of petunias in my head, but it will make sense later on. Interesting thing about you, too, is you're both visual, right-brained, because we have a right and left brain. So the right brain is kind of creative and visual, abstract and psychic. The left brain is good at organizing, getting stuff done, and thinking about things. You have both of those. That's really interesting. I don't get to see that very often. One of the cards that came up for you is the High Priestess upside down. Says, yes, you are psychic. You have abilities. It wants you to turn this card right side up and use them. Don't be afraid of them, because it's a beautiful part of you. Now, here's what I see coming up for you. The first card that came up is the Knight of Swords. And that is often, the Knight is a man usually under 40. The swords can be a man or a woman or a llama. I'm not going to make any assumptions. But I think it's a man for you. He's a Libra, an Aquarius, or a Gemini. And he kind of is coming in like a knight in shining armor who wants to save you. But you're very independent, which is great. However, is there somebody around you who sort of wants to be with you, but you're like, I can take care of myself? I'm going out on a limb here. Is this making any sense to you?
Absolutely. Sounds
Really?
crazy, but yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's interesting is he wants to be the King of Cups for you, but it's upside down. So what he wants to be is like the good boyfriend, husband, father card. However, he's a little, God bless him, he's a little dopey. And I mean that in the sweetest way, but sometimes, you know that book, The 5 Love Languages? It's a great book. It says that people speak different languages of love. So I like compliments. I give compliments when I love somebody and I love to, but like my boyfriend loves to do things. And I had to sort of train him with a whip and a chair to give me compliments. And I had to learn that his love language is doing stuff. So if I want to show him how much I care about him, I do stuff because that's his language. Now, reason I'm saying this is this person has a different love language than you. And I think it's a little frustrating because I think you want him to do this, this, and this. But that's not how he expresses his feelings. So if you're open to him just expressing his affection and honestly love for you in a way that's a little different than your expectations. Is this making sense to you? Do you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, it definitely makes sense.
Yay. Because he's a good guy. He is. But I think it's a little frustrating for you right now because I think girls, women, no matter how, I'm a feminist, but I want somebody to bring me roses and buy me little gifts with lots of diamonds in them. I don't actually expect that, but there's a little girl part of me that kind of does. So if he's not doing that, look at how he is showing you he cares. Does he show up? Does he call? Does he see how you're doing? Does he share ideas with you? So that's that. Now, in other aspects of your life, you have a small nuclear family, but a large extended family. Is that right?
Yeah, I would say so.
Good. There are going to be some secrets coming out in your family. It's interesting. I'm not going to say everybody's family has secrets. Heavens to Betsy. I didn't find out that one of my brothers was actually a large marmoset until a couple of years ago. Kidding, but it looks like in your family there's going to be some changes for the better. Do you mind if I ask? I'm getting 2 kids around you, but I'm not sure if you already have them or if they're coming up for you. Sorry, been a long day.
Well, I don't have any kids, and I hope they're not coming up.
Do you have nieces or nephews? I got kids around you, but they didn't seem like they were yours right now. Okay. So it looks like there are...
I have 2 godchildren.
That's it. Okay. 2 girls or a boy and a girl? Don't say 2 boys and ruin my
2
name.
boys.
Great, thank you. Okay, well, my godchildren radar is a little off, but it's interesting. You're going to be seeing a lot of them sort of unexpectedly soon. And these kids, the godmother role, from somebody who's 10 godchildren, these kids really look up to you, and they see you as this kind of independent, cool, like fashionable person. And I would sort of look at that, because I think you're having a little low self-esteem moment, which all fantastic women do occasionally. It looks like you're going to be fighting for a position at your job, but you're going to win. Somebody else is trying to elbow their way in. And then around September, the Fool card comes up, which does not mean you're a fool, quite the opposite. You're going to be starting, either going to get a promotion and a new title and work with other people, or you're going to get a different and new job. It's one of the two. The Fool is the beginning of a whole new journey in your life. It's a step up, and you might be taking on something professionally, or if you don't have a job, this might be when a new one shows up. You might be taking on something professionally that is a little scary, but you're going to find out that you can do it, and boy, can you do it. So you've got a good year coming up. It also feels like you might actually get engaged this year. This card, when it shows up, is surefire. It's 2 people standing under what the Jewish culture calls a chuppah, which is a wedding like canopy. So that might be in your future. Yeah, that's about. What else am I getting? Yeah, so explore your sort of psychic and intuitive side. The last thing I'm going to say is this is your advice card. And you can be really outgoing and charming and creative. And also on this card, if you see the little black cat at her feet, that means she's psychic. So don't be afraid to be your sort of most outgoing, shiny self and to explore sort of your psychic abilities, because those will really serve you in your job, your love life, and the rest of it. Sound good?
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Come back soon. Tell your friends. Okay. Take care, my dear. Thank you.
I have a friend right here. Thank you.
All right. Hi, friend. Thank you. Okay. Who's up next? Wait, by the way, oh, Amanda. I love that name. Sister-in-law named Amanda. Hi, Amanda. How are you today?
Hi, how are you?
Oh, you got a beautiful, like, contralto voice. Nice. I'm well. How are you?
Good.
You have a slightly pressing issue. I just want to quickly ask you when your birthday is, if I can do that, just because that helps me tune into you fast.
It's December 19th, 82.
Okay. Oh, you're just a baby. I have shoes older than you. Okay. You have a question that you might be a little like, should I ask this? Go ahead, ask it. What's your question, my love?
I really don't know. I'm just like questioning about like maybe relationships, financial wise.
Yeah, it's been a tough couple months for you. It feels like you felt like a little isolated. I mean, even if you weren't, you felt that way. Financially, there's an opportunity. Yeah. Well, you're going through a lot of growth. Let me see what the cards say about Amanda. Let's do 3 cards for you. Tell us especially about Amanda's. Okay. Okay, this goes along with what I got when I was tuning in on you. There are a couple of opportunities financially that you might not be seeing, or if you do see them, you might be like, I'll do that tomorrow, which would make you exactly like everybody else in the world. But there are more opportunities for making money around you than you think. When you get the 5 cup card, the 5 of Cups is somebody, if you notice, I'm sorry, if I hold this right, if you notice he is this guy who's wearing this kind of depressing outfit. He's looking at 3 spilled cups, but he's got 2 full cups behind him. So this is saying there are opportunities around you that you may not be seeing because I'm not sure if you're taking your talents and your wonderfulness seriously enough. It's a little hard, you know. Go ahead. There's also do you mind if I ask what state you live in?
Ohio.
Okay. If you go to the Ohio .gov website, the Office of Unclaimed Property, I think that there is some money you don't know about there. That's what my guides just said. I'm going to say, if you want to get in touch with me, I'm Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like in Periwinkle, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S, on Facebook. If you get in touch with me, I'll send you the link for that. But I think that there are some unclaimed funds waiting for you. I got $10,000 through an unclaimed funds thing about 7 years ago. So, and it's the same, I'm getting the same kind of vibe for you. There's also a side hustle that you could do because you have a talent. There's something that you're so good at and just do so naturally that you sort of take it for granted. You don't think of it as special. Do you have like a hobby, or what's something that you like to do that you wouldn't think you could make money at?
I have no idea. Cleaning?
Like,
that's what I used to do, is cleaning.
I think this is a little easier than that. So I'm going to tell you a few more things. After we hang up, I'd like you to just think back. It's like, are you a really good baker? Do you make terrific candy? Are you, think about stuff that you do naturally for your kids and the people around you. And understand, you also have a beautiful speaking voice. You can do voiceovers. The Knight of Pentacles. Seems like there is a young man. Do you have a son, a grown son, who is a Capricorn, Taurus, or a Virgo?
Do I?
First of all, do you have a grown son?
Do I have a son?
Do you have a son?
No, I have 4 daughters.
Oh, okay. There's a young man around in your vicinity. Sorry about that. It's just when I saw the Knight of Pentacles. There's a young man, he's under like 35, the Knight of Pentacles. Pentacles signify money. And this means to me that there's somebody around you who there's an opportunity that can come through him. How old is your oldest daughter? 19?
My oldest is 19.
Yeah. Damn, I'm good. Can we get a little applause for that? Yeah, your girls are great too. And by the way, I know you worry about them, but they're all going to be fine. They really are. They're smart, and it's funny. The two of them are so different that they might as well be from different planets. But they're smart, and you've done a really good job. Maybe this is the guy your oldest daughter is seeing right now, but there's a younger man around you who there's an opportunity coming through him. And it's more interesting than cleaning, although I really respect cleaning. And if you want to come to Maryland and help me with this place, which I'd be very grateful. The last card I got for you, Amanda, is, oh, that's interesting. I got the engagement card again. I don't know if one of your girls is going to get engaged or if, it's interesting. This says to me that the opportunity I'm looking at for you might have something to do with weddings or doing hair and makeup for weddings, doing catering for weddings. There's some opportunity there. I don't know if there's a wedding center where you live. Now, wow, you've overcome more obstacles in the last 7 years than most people have overcome in like lady. So you're really strong. You've done most of it alone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So understand that you have done, like, you performed a huge, like, miracle feat, getting those girls brought up and clothed and fed and to be really good people. If you can do that, you can do anything. And there's a lot of opportunity coming up for you at end of July, early August. And if you want to know more, Perry Lyons on Facebook, get in touch with me. I'll give you a free 15-minute reading and hook you up with some, I'll help you out as much as I can because you have done so much for other people that it would be fun to give back to you. Are you down with that?
Yeah.
Get in touch with me. Okay. Because you deserve some support. And a vacation. All right, my love. Thank you so much for calling in. And Amanda, I have so much admiration for you and every other single mom out there. Man. And bless you. Bless your paws and whiskers, as a friend used to say. And have a great week. And it just gets better, everyone. It just gets better. Come back next week on Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, on Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio. And thank you so much for gracing my life with your presence. See you soon. See you next week.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Gemma's Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites.
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Gemma's Spirit World
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everybody. I am Gemma, your host tonight. How are we all doing? My goodness, I think each week gets faster and faster. And it's just, my weeks get busier and busier. I've been putting it out to the universe that, for my booking system to be able to have clients booked in advance. Generally, I do week by week readings, and the universe certainly has been supporting me. I have been booking up in advance, and it's really nice to see and feel that my work is getting busy and that I'm helping people connect with their loved ones. I've had an unusual week with, generally I have lots of spirits in my house. I have times where they just aren't around, and my whole life I've seen spirits. I've been communicating with spirits since the age of 5. And to me, I just thought that was normal with everyone. I thought everyone could do that. It wasn't known until, I guess, around the age of 6 that not everyone could see spirits, and I would know things and be able to communicate with past loved ones. It was just lucky that I was had my support system. My mum, my dad were very supportive and open to me communicating with spirits, and I was able to what I was seeing and feeling and hearing as well. This week I've had a male presence around my house. I'm lucky that at the moment my kids aren't with me. They're at their dad's house. And I've had a lot of activity, lots of movement in my house, lots of objects moving on their own, especially, water bottles rolling off the table, knife and forks falling off the table, just things that books falling off the shelf. To me, it's not scary, but to others that aren't used to, the spirit world and being around us, they could find it scary or, fearful, upsetting. But I welcome, any spirit that do come into my house. And oh my goodness, I seem to have sorry, I was just looking at my screen. I was just I am laughing just at the icon that's on my screen. And basically, our loved ones can connect to me. I have this young male around my house. He wears a black hoodie, black pants. He's quite thin. And he walks around in the morning and in the afternoon around my house. I can see him clearly except for his face. I'm actually sleeping in my children's room at the moment because I don't have a bed. But due to COVID, by the way, and obviously, and so basically there's lots of, he's been hanging out in my child's room, and my children are very sensitive to the spirit world, and they will openly share what they see. And it's just really nice that, I can explain to them as gently as possible what's going on without scaring them. So just a few things that, not all of us see spirit, but we can feel their presence. The temperature might drop in a room. Objects may move around you, lights flicker, technology plays up, which is something huge for me. Technology plays up, the television turns off, televisions turn on, radio turns on, sometimes you know, other things, you know, doors shut. You know, we can smell our loved ones around us. You know, they might have been a smoker, and you can smell the tobacco. They may have worn a particular perfume, aftershave. It's just all reassuring and brings us comfort and healing, knowing that our loved ones in the spirit world are still around us. We may not be able to see them, but we can feel them, or smell them, or hear them, or just know that we have some kind of presence. Our animals also are very in tune with spirit. They may be looking at something, and they may even bark, or they may be, you know, frightened, you know, and they see clearly. And it's just, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is that, yes, it's scary at first if you're not used to it, and comforting knowing that our loved ones are around. But if you do find it too scary, you know, we can say, you know, ask them to leave, you know, leave the presence, leave our house, you know. And I get woken up with spirit all the time. They wake me up during, you know, 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock. And I generally let them know that I'm sleeping, I need sleep, I'm not in a space to communicate. But I will at one time, like obviously this young gentleman that I have walking around my house, I know he will reach out and want to communicate with me, and I'll be able to generally find a reason why he is around me, because generally what I find is that I have, you know, clients booked in from today until Saturday, and generally this loved one that's around me will be connected to one of my clients. So it would be very soul healing, and it'd be nice to see that connection being made. So just, yeah, you know, we all experience at different levels. So it's just really, I don't feel alone when I have spirit around me. It's my normal, and I embrace it, and I love that I can help others in their healing process. So we're going to connect. We have Shauna from Pennsylvania, USA. Hello, Shauna. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. You?
Very well, thank you. How can I help you?
I was just wondering about my mom, if she's around and has something to say.
Okay, so I have a lady around me at the moment. She's really, okay, I'm really drawn to her throat area. Did she have any issues with her throat at the time, or was there unsaid communication before she passed away? There seems to be something going on around communication with you and her. Like, just when she passed, has she had any issues around her throat?
Around her throat?
Yeah, around her throat. Had she had any issues with her throat? Because what she's letting me know at the moment is that communication is very hard. Like, she's worried. She's here, but the message that I'm trying to get across is that there's some communication issues going in your life at the moment. Have you got issues around communication with family around you at the moment?
When she passed, she couldn't breathe really well.
Yep. Okay. And that's why I have the issues around my throat. I feel like, okay, so that's what she's letting me know. At the moment, she's just worried about family issues around communication. Is there an issue around you with close family? There seems to be arguments. There just seems to be issues. There's a lot of worry at the moment around within the family. What she's wanting to pass on is that she supports your decision making. She's letting me know there's there's been some decisions, really hard decisions around an issue within the family. Can you resonate with the issue that's going on your family at the moment?
My sister has stage 4 cancer.
Okay. So there's support around that. Okay, so around this, there's been some tough decisions, and she's what she's trying to, the message that she has is that she's very supportive of the decision making, as she knows how tough it has been to see, for you to see, and what you've gone through with your sister. She's also your mum at the moment. She's handing me a bunch of flowers. So whether it was you or your sister, have you had a birthday recently? Or has there been lots of flowers?
You keep breaking up. I can't understand.
Okay. With flowers, I see lots of flowers around you. Had there been a birthday you celebrated, or your sister? Because hello? Okay, we just had some connection.
Hello?
Generally, when spirit comes through, our connection or can interfere from her end. Yep. Okay, we're just connecting with Shauna again, a beautiful mum that's still here in the room. Okay, she's letting me know about a hip. Okay, let me see what's going on here. I'm just being shown a hip with a bone. Anxiety. Okay, I'm just feeling at the moment. So as I sit here and wait for Shauna to connect, and as her beautiful mum is here, she's pretty much showing a little bit more about herself. Okay. Alrighty. Shauna?
Yeah.
Okay. Just wondering, had there been have you celebrated a birthday recently? I keep seeing lots of flowers, either around yourself or your sister. I keep seeing flowers.
We didn't have a birthday anytime recently. The only thing we had was a celebration of life for her, for my mom.
Okay, so that's okay. I just keep seeing flowers. Just in regards to your mum keeps showing me her hip. Had anyone had surgery on their hip? I keep seeing the bone.
No.
Okay, so the hip. There was no bone taken out for anything. Like, generally when the hip's been shown to me as a symbol, it's feeling like there hasn't been much support within either the system as within the hospital. Generally when the hip comes through, the support system, had there been much support, as in financial support, around your sister's surgery, around her health? It feels like there's been some lack of support around financials, is what your mum's letting me know.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what's coming through. Your mum's also showing me, she's showing me a basket. I don't know whether at the moment you're collecting things or you're collecting things to take over. I keep seeing a basket and there's things being filled up into a basket or a crate. It's just, are you collecting stuff? Are you collecting things that are very close to your heart? It's like you're giving something that you have, or there's things that are moving from one house to another. Can you resonate with the collecting stuff, or even a basket filled of things?
A basket full of things?
Yes.
The only things I've really truly been collecting is just the money that I received that has to do anything with my mom, so that we can go on vacation like we were planning before she got sick.
Okay. So I see that, and what she's letting me know is that I keep seeing the sun, so getting more outside is really important for your health as well. I see that it just feels like I've got anxiety as well. So do you suffer from anxiety? Because my whole chest area to my head, or is there anxiety or hormonal issues going on at the moment around you? And that's what your mum's letting me know, what's going on around your health. Can you resonate with either anxiety or hormone? Okay, so that's what she's also letting me know. She's also letting me know that just to breathe, there's issues around breathing, or I think anxiety causes that, the fact that you feel like you're not breathing. Also,
Yeah.
I have, that chest issues. Also, someone around you, your mum's also letting me know that issues around, okay, so she's showing me a few things really fast. Your mum's actually communicating really quickly to me. Something about, has there been a move? Because I keep seeing a truck, if it's gone from one house to another. Has there been some kind of move, or even furniture being removed out of one house to another? I just keep seeing a truck.
A truck?
Yeah, like furniture's been taken out of a house. Does this resonate in some kind of way with the truck or furniture removal?
No, not really. I haven't been taking any furniture out the house.
Okay. No, is there anyone around you that's thinking of moving? Because I've just got this truck and it feels like it's like there's been decisions around.
We're thinking about moving some of the furniture out in like a week or two.
Okay, so that's what she's showing me. She's giving me the okay for that. Also, there's just that fear around money. What she's letting me know that everything is going to be okay. I keep seeing October 11th. October 11th seems to be a date. Have you got something coming up on October 11th? Or does it resonate in a way that's very connected? Because I'm connected to my heart chakra. It's a heavy, whether it's a heavy issue or it's a feeling that you're very, it just feels very important. Something close to the heart is happening around October 11th.
Okay.
Also, what she's letting me know is that she is just proud of you, proud of your decision making. She knows how tough it has been for you and for family around you. It's a lot that you've had to take upon yourself, and it's. But what she's letting me know is that you don't have to carry everything on your shoulders.
Okay.
Yeah, she's very proud of you. She's always around you, but she's letting you know that you need to get outside more I just keep seeing the weather, I keep seeing the sun.
Okay. And there's one, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's okay, you go.
I was also wondering if she has any idea where our dog Tilly is, because she's missing.
Okay, so with Tilly, your dog, I keep seeing a big field. I keep seeing grass, lots of grass. And I keep seeing a fence too, but it's like when I see it just feels like a vacant block, because it's like I see houses around her and at the same time I see like a vacant block. There's grass, but I keep seeing a fence. Have you got any vacant blocks or areas around your house?
Yeah, there's lots of them.
Yeah, and that's what I keep seeing, lots of grass. It's like the grass has grown on an area that should have a housing built on it, but it hasn't. And I keep seeing it's like it's fenced around the back, but at the front it's open. It seems to be close to a road as well. There's a road, and I keep seeing houses, but I keep seeing a vacant, even a for sale sign sticking out of the ground is what I'm seeing.
Okay.
And just a question with your dog, is it white or black? Does it? Because I keep seeing like a two-coloured dog around me. Was it white or black or white? Well, same colour. It's.
Oh.
I've got white.
It's like
and
a white.
Black. Like
white and black dog.
Yeah.
Black and white dog. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I've been shown. So yes, it's just to and it's also what I keep hearing in the background. I keep hearing like a whistle noise. So whether the wind whips up and it makes a whistling noise, I don't know. It's something about weather. Whether the weather's been really windy where you are, but the weather, there's something going on with the weather conditions in that. It's like whether the dog was afraid of certain weather, like the weather when it's windy.
Okay.
But yeah, and that's what I keep seeing. But just vacant block with a sale sign, and I keep seeing grass grown. So it's like an area that the grass hasn't been cut, but there's houses around it.
Okay.
Shauna, it was lovely to connect with you. Just know that your mum is proud, and she is, she's always around you. You're not alone. She's always with you, and just to look after your health was her biggest issue at the moment. Just look after your health.
Okay.
Thank you for connecting.
Thank you.
We have Tamira from India,
Yes,
USA. Hello, how are you?
Yes, I'm here.
How can I help you tonight?
I'm sorry?
How can I help you tonight? What kind of guidance or messages, or how can I help you tonight with your call?
Okay, so I wanted to know, I don't know if you do questions like this, but I can't ever find a reader that can help me with a situation that is legal.
Yep, okay. I can give only keep going, sorry.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. It's just I got in a little bit of trouble with an ex-boyfriend of mine, and I'm not like in a lot of trouble, but I'm in some trouble, and I just want to know what the outcome will be, and I just want to be able to walk away, freely from him.
Around this relationship, have you got a daughter, or a daughter that's not with him, or a daughter around you? Because I keep seeing a daughter around you, a little girl. I just want to see where that's coming from first.
You said there's a door around me?
Oh, no, a daughter. Do you have a girl or a young girl around you? I just want to see, because I just have a daughter around you at the moment. Do you have a daughter?
Do I have a daughter? Yes, I have a daughter.
Yes. Okay, and she's quite young too. Not the guy that you're with now is not her father. Is that correct?
That's definitely not. No, he's definitely not her father. He wants to be, he wanted to be, but he's not.
Okay, good, because this is what I've got around you. I've got your little girl around you. I know that you're very protective of her. There seems to be, and I think that's what's my spirit guides are showing me, is there's been some issues around that controlling behaviour around you. What I'm seeing for you is that, so I'm just going to tell you what I'm seeing. I keep seeing the jail bars, but in saying that, it's like, had there been a history, is there been any criminal history either on your side? Because I keep seeing the jail bars, but I don't see it. But it's like, it feels like the past has come back up into the present. So something from the past has been noted now.
Yes, this is somebody from the past. Yes.
Yeah, okay, so this is what I've got. So what I keep seeing around you is that I've got the number 8 come through. It's around money. So money has been an issue, or there's been issues in regards to money around this relationship as well. And I also feel like he's taken a lot from you. So what I'm feeling is that the energy that I have around you is that you felt like you've been trapped and haven't been able to get out of the relationship. And I feel that what I keep seeing around you is that legal support is, be careful. What I keep hearing is be careful who you talk to. Also, communication to be, what I'm getting is, I keep getting the trap feeling. To be upfront and honest is what's going to help you move forward in the situation that you're currently in at the moment. Oops, that's okay. I'm sure I know that Tamira, she will, we are connecting with her again. Yes, we're just connecting. lots of anxiety. I've got the anxiety going through the roof at the moment. Can feel it heavy on my chest. Okay, we're still trying to connect. It just feels like a waiting game on her behalf because I keep seeing clocks around her. And she may even feel like she's running out of time.
I'm sorry, what now?
Okay, so I have been obviously saying messages, so yeah, for later for you to re-watch the replay. But what I keep seeing around you that I'm not sure what you heard before you were disconnected, but what the message that I had come through is that to be open and honest and clearly state, the more open and honest you are about the situation, it's going to help you to be able to move forward. I see that I feel the anxiety around you. I see a clock ticking, and it feels like you might be feeling I have the feeling like you're worried about time and how long you have. I just feel like talking to someone that be careful. The message I had that was coming through was to be careful who you're talking to. Also, I keep seeing around you a female representative, someone that you can trust to talk to. Also, I just see that, the past is what keeps holding you back. So I know that where I see you in the next 3 months is that you're going to feel a lot more freer and not feel like you're being pulled back. I see you moving forward, but I also see that there's challenges. Pardon?
Well, the ex did this because I didn't want to get back with him. It was his way of grinding it, having an axe to grind.
Yeah.
And there's another woman in the picture as well about the situation.
Yeah.
So she's manipulating him into doing this.
Definitely. I see you just being away from it, like the next 3 months is going to be a lot clearer, and there's just lots of anxiety at the moment. Just be careful who you're talking to is what I keep hearing. But the past, it's a huge, I just get lots of anxiety around you at the moment. So just be, talk to someone that has the support that can help you move forward. It was lovely to connect with you. I've only got 90 seconds, but it's keeping your daughter safe is what I keep hearing, and that the next 3 months you're going to feel a lot more freedom around you to be who you are and what you want to do. So I wish you all the best.
You see the outcome being good for me in court. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh my goodness, sorry, I just got too much. I've got like anxiety going through the roof. I just feel it in my body at the moment. So I may have rushed, sorry, Tamira, off a little bit early. I only can talk about with what I see and what I hear. And I do trust that the messages that my guides that do and my support team behind me, I wish her all the very best. I'd just like to thank everyone that's tuned in tonight. I look forward to connecting with you all next week. I'd love for you to follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, and have a great weekend.
Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Fia Johann. Live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
You're watching Focus on South Florida.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist. She's also claims to have psychic abilities that have saved lives, and she's perhaps best known for working with people to help find missing people when more conventional means come up short. I recently sat down with her to talk about how this all began and the advice she has for all of us. Okay, so what exactly do you do when you work with law enforcement and you work with the families of missing victims or unsolved crimes? What kind of work do you do with them?
Helping them to find some relief, some closure for the family members, and also law enforcement to put all the puzzles together to find the real answer for the families.
How did this all come about? I mean, how did you discover this was actually something you were going to pursue, or that you had some sort of intuition to help people with this kind of work?
I was 7.5 when I found about my abilities. Then I started kind of like to feel something is not correct with me or right with me, because I can feel, sense, and connect with people before even I meet them, before even being in the place that they are, and I can even predict things 2 weeks before things happened. So basically, to me as a child, was not really the cool experience, but then after that, after the age of 17, 18, and 19, I thought that's the fantastic things, because now I can feel and sense anything and everything in my way and my family's way to help. I moved from my country to Stockholm, Sweden when I was a teenager, when I was around the age of 16. So basically it was hard. It was not really easy for me, but what I learned, I do have ability. I am here for some very important purpose. I have to help others.
So, how did this connection with law enforcement first happen? And aren't law enforcement officers initially skeptical about what kind of science is this? How are we going to solve a crime using
Actually,
someone?
they don't.
No?
CIA use psychics. FBI use psychics. They do not really. That's what we think they are. But you have to be real. You have to have some abilities, and you have to feel and sense and locate people, and actually do have some paranormal to trying to help them to locate people. So basically, when I started, I was at the age of 17. I was back in Stockholm. It was actually a very hot summer, and all of a sudden I felt that I have some very hot vision in my face. It sounds like someone trying to be killed, or someone already been killed, and it was already recent. I could feel, I could sense the blood and everything. Then I went to the store, and all of a sudden I see that, yes, that was actually some sort of, homicide and other stuff all over the place. And I kind of remember that I tried to stop the officer and say, stop, don't go there. At that time, I couldn't speak English, I couldn't speak Swedish, and I don't even know how I could explain myself to that officer and hold him. He tried to push me, he says, no, I have to, just get out, or get me, or just please let me. But I do remember, I hold him and says, if you go behind this wall, you will have a shot in your head and die right away. And almost 60 seconds after, they found the guy with the gun behind the wall, and if I did not stop the officer, he would be dead in a second. So that was the moment that my career started with law enforcement in Stockholm.
Tell me about this book you're writing with Jack Canfield. We all know him for Chicken Soup for the Soul, and
Yes.
you're working on a project together.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Yes, The name of the book is Success Strategy. So it's all about success, how to hijack your subconscious mind, how to succeed, and what you can do to achieve better. So basically, when Jack chose me, I was shocked. I was like, wow, it's so fantastic, and I would love to be part of it. I already have a book. I already wrote a book before Jack asked me. It was back 2016, and the name was Recoding Your Brain for the Better Life.
You're also a hypnotist, and
Yes.
you have degrees in psychology. I want to point that out, too.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. But what was a very strong, powerful vision that come to me at that moment when Jack asked me about it, I feel like I knew it, that I will do something with Jack. And I could see 2 months before that I'm sitting in the same room that the last time me and Jack had a conversation with, and he asked, I would love to go authoring together with you. I can't forget about that moment. I do remember I had tears in my eyes. I was like, absolutely, I will do my best.
So we have to wrap up quickly, but what are a few tips that anyone can take with them in terms of keeping that negativity that might be around them outside of their
Believe in yourself. Be positive. Never live in your past. Past is past. Never live in the future, because future is future. Be in a moment. By being in the moment, you're always happy and connected to yourself. Negative thoughts, negative energies is all taught. The way that we are thinking, feeling, and connecting. You can easily remove and reduce them by just change your thought. You can easily hijack your subconscious. Be yourself, hijack your subconscious, be in a moment, let go of your past, and forget about the future.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
Johansson, who also goes by the Persian Medium, also works on books, as you heard, guided meditations, and art.
Naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the message.
What was your reading like with Persian Medium? Oh my god, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew. That's how I felt.
Are you gonna come back for more? Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving. It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right through me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirits. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday and it was awesome. Yes, and I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do, and it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew, and then she also told me things that I was surprised at. Like she could read me, like things I was in denial of. She was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really was.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it. You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you're a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit. There's somebody's mom here. She directed to you right now.
Fia is actually channeling my mother.
I have her right now with me.
She passed away 3 years ago.
She says, forgive me.
Hearing from my mom was amazing.
What she told you before, 3 days before she passed.
That she loves me and that she'll see me soon.
She's directing me another woman in the room. Please.
My grandmother was my mentor growing up.
There's two women that directed by her right now. You and her. She's talking about the man that she was concerned, and she's still concerned, and she asked for forgiveness for that man as well.
The man that she brought forward to forgive, that's my brother.
She's telling you to stop being weak. Bring more confidence into your life.
You know, we're all at different points in our lives. We've all been through different experiences, traumas, excitements, joy.
She's proud of you. You're quick in something. You stopped something that was very hard for you to do.
You wouldn't think that a few, like 10 years ago, that I was addicted to drugs.
She says, I'm proud of you. Continue.
I never stopped asking the universe to show me the way.
She's talking about your pain. Let it go.
I don't have to have that story anymore. I don't have to hold on to the story of my pain, of my past, of my trauma. Today, I can let it go.
Let it go! She said, can you forgive me?
Yes.
Say goodbye to all things that could stop you to succeed, to feel good, to connect with your soul. Say yes high.
Yes.
Loud.
Yes.
Louder.
Yes.
She's asking you, can you forgive that person? She's directing someone else. She's directing a man. She's directing someone. Can you forgive that person? Can you forgive that person for her? Loud.
Yes, I forgive him.
Why you do forgive him? She want to know.
I forgive him for myself.
You are worthy enough to do everything for yourself. Not for anybody else, for yourself.
I know that takes a lot from her, but she gives, and she gives, and she gives.
She's asking you to be strong, to be powerful, to be connected to your soul. You don't need anyone's affection and approval to be perfect. You are already perfect. Believe in yourself.
Yes.
Just say, yes, I do believe in myself.
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself.
Louder!
Yes, I do believe in myself. And I believed in her. We're all from Brooklyn, New York, so there was a very Jewish-Italian community there where people's homes were open and they would intermingle and share their faiths, share their food.
She's talking about backyard. She's talking about the trees. She's talking about dishes. She's talking about the chicken. She's talking about the chair. She's talking about everything. Please direct her what she's trying to say.
Nana's house.
Nana's, my mom's house. We all lived together. I mean, they lived there with my mom and my dad. They were always together. We were always together, always cooking. She actually made a better chicken parmesan than my mother.
Yeah, hers was better. But don't tell her that.
Yeah, don't tell my mom that.
Don't tell Nana.
There is a power in sadness. There is a power in pain. And the power comes when you overcome it.
Talking to her really, really helped me, I think. It's definitely gonna kind of just clear my mind of all the negative thoughts that I had.
My father, Congressman Ron Dellums, who passed away a year and a half ago, visited Fia.
Today was a day to remember Ron Dellums, who in 1970 brought to Congress an anti-war and anti-apartheid stance that was branded as radical and dangerous.
Oh my God. He's asking, do you remember my hand?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember what I told you?
Yeah.
Do you remember why I told you?
Yeah.
Dellum's youngest daughter, Piper, is proud that her father became an early voice against oppression in South Africa, applying pressure that would one day bring an end to apartheid.
You said, take my legacy, take my mantle. You're the smartest person I know. Go into the world and heal the land and do it in your way.
You know, Ron never gave up. He never became bitter. He loved people.
This is not in my hand, this is your dad. He wanted you to tell again, louder, louder and clear, what he told you.
I'm passing you my mantle, I'm passing you my anointing, I'm passing it to you. You're the smartest one that I know. Run. There's so much work to be done. Run, run, run and heal the world, and don't stop. Do it in your way. Run, baby girl. Do it in your way.
So she's spoken to me like a sister, but also like an angel.
He said, I saw you when you cried in front of that candle. Why did you cry?
She's given me the faith and trust and support that was being given me by my dad before he left. So she's done this beautiful transition of allowing me not to feel the void of his leaving.
I don't know where to go when I'm not speaking with you, or I just don't know how to feel safe in the world without you in it.
In the area where I don't have a female in my life, because I don't have a relationship with my mother, and I don't have a sister. She has stepped in with the feminine to remind me that I am also loved and purposeful and beautiful and worthy, that I'm valuable.
It's not just me that tried to basically sending you messages and changing her. So she changed me in so many ways as well.
So our silly song goes this way. We are the key to do more than just let it be. The key to our destiny is in the hands of our humanity. His love is more than a philosophy. 'Cause we are the key.
We are the key.
We are the
but
key.
Diamond's key.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fiona Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
We're so excited to have you. So
Awesome.
Tell me, Fiona, when did you realize you had this gift?
I was at the age of 7. It was a hot summer. A friend of mine came to my house and we had fun. We played. And 3 hours later, when they want to go home, I said, please don't, because I see visions, I see colors, and I see that you guys definitely going to have a car crash. Well, of course, at that time, nobody listened to me because they didn't know exactly what I have. But 3 hours later, our phone rang and they had a car crash. And from that moment, it took 4 years for me to realize why I see things before they happened, why I feel things before people talk about to me, and then why did people communicating through me when they want justice or something about their life.
So Fiona, tell me, how did you get involved with law enforcement?
I was at the age of 17. It was back in Europe. So basically, they engaged me in a couple of cold cases, and I could help them to find murder or border cases, and also I helped them to achieve and put all the puzzles together through the colors, visions, names, and of course, spirit talking to me by themselves. Like example, 2 years ago, Coast Guard communicated and said, we have a missing pilot. And I said, I know exactly where they are. But they said, we are in Catalina Coast and we are looking after where we are not, finding them. I said, well, we are guys in the wrong place. The moment that they said they are missing, I said, they both that. He immediately connected and says, how did you know it was two? Because it was one student pilot and the other one the instructor. And then he said the student pilot mentioned exactly where he is. And that's why they are dead, because I am just communicating with dead people when it comes to my mediumship. So 40 minutes later, they sent me a helicopter, and then right after, we found the stress signals that belong to that helicopter or that plane.
That's incredible. Fiona, can you walk me through the process when you're presented with a case at first?
When I actually starting to look into the cold cases and murder cases, again, it was the spirit that directly communicated through me. So, and when I started, I was 17. Law enforcement communicated to me and said, like, are you ready to get engaged with that case? And when I felt I'm ready, I said, yes, I am. And all of a sudden, all the names, images, visions, and things come through. And then through that, I understood that when I'm asking, or if someone asking about some name, and I don't even know about, I should not know anything about their name, I should not know anything about their genders. All I know is the communication that I have together with that law enforcement or, you know, police or officers. Just tell me, we have a missing persons. We have some baby boy was like 4 years old that been missing for kind of 5 hours. I'm directly connected to the energies, and I pick up the energies through that officers that communicating through phone. So I shouldn't be in a place or be around that families or touching that families or communicating with that families.
Fiona, let's talk about a specific case about R&B singer Jamal Truelove, who spent more than 6 years in prison for a 2007 murder. He was eventually acquitted in 2015 when a jury found that the two officers had fabricated evidence. Tell us about your involvement in that case.
Well, the way that I involved in this case, it was that we got through a couple actually friends, and when they reached out to me, I said, I reacted immediately that this guy is innocent and he shouldn't really be in jail. And they said at that time that they can't do anything about it because, you know, already all the evidence is against. And I said, well, he will come out, but not now. There is a timing that I can see and I'm predicting, and this time is all about like in between 5 to 7 years. And they couldn't really believe at that moment because they felt, oh my God, it's kind of very, you know, saddest because we should really get him out. And if you said that it's going to be 5 to 7 years, that actually really make us to feel very uncomfortable and disappointed. And I said, it's the time. And through that time, I communicated with Jamal in jail and trying to let him to understand about his own value and he's not innocent, which he knew already. And I said, manifest and try to manifestation, get yourself out from the jail and make impossible be impossible and show it to everybody. And that's exactly what he did.
Absolutely fascinating. Fiona Johansson, psychic investigator. Fiona, thanks so much for being on the show.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fiona Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fiona Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fiona Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fiona Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fia Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona is joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today? Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Crona del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tanya Reeves, Australia's Cowgirl Medium, coming at you from Sunday Creek. Hi everybody, thanks for tuning in and listening wherever you are in the world. We've had some amazing callers from everywhere of late, so it's very exciting. So here in Australia, it's sunny outside. We've got a really fantastic day and we are going into spring, so we're pretty excited about that, getting past the winter weather for us, so heading into the warmer weather. And it's like spring has sprung already because everything is blossoming around us as we speak. So I'm hoping to get some outdoor shots coming up soon so we can have a little bit of fun with the backdrop instead of the same old one, because as you know, I get bored, so I'm a bit bored sitting in the same place every week. And yeah, so we'll mix it up a bit as soon as we get some of the better weather. So this week here in Victoria, we're still in lockdown, and yeah, so it's a bit Groundhog Day. It's great to be able to dress up for the day because I've got a show. Otherwise, it feels like Sunday every day. And we were having a laugh about that on our show this morning about we don't need to buy new clothes, we don't need to to go out and spend money on things because you're just not, having to go out for different occasions. So it's amazing how we can, re-wear things and, have the same the same clothes and make them look slightly different. So, yeah, it's a bit of fun. So, yeah, you do have to kind of make the best of it. And I think, I'm getting inspired by lots of ideas that people are sharing on how they're dealing with, the changes that are around currently. And I think if we can all get, a little bit of inspiration that, oops, I'm frozen there. Yeah, if we can all get a little bit of inspiration, then it helps, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, that's pretty exciting. So I think we just make the most of it and, do the best we can. So another one that came up for us this morning where we were chatting is to make light of the situation and connect with people that are like-minded, that have a little bit of fun, and you can have a little bit of a laugh and chat to others. I think it is important that we stay connected. So, I think if you can do that, even if it is in a remote way, I know Zoom's been our best friend to be able to connect in with friends and just keep those connections going. It definitely helps. So that makes a big difference. So I just thought I'd share that, and also be kind to yourself at this time. So don't be too hard on yourself. We were chatting this morning about guilt and releasing guilt, and just being aware if that's where you sit with, with things, is just being able to do a bit of work on yourself during this time. I found it really cool to be able to delve into just doing a little bit of self-healing, and with that comes a little bit of reflection on what's happening for you personally at this time and the things that come up for us, because when we are isolated, we do feel that little bit restricted. So yeah, I think if we can work through that in the best way that we can, it definitely makes the time go a bit quicker and we don't feel so isolated. So sending love out there to everyone, and for those that are struggling during this time, please reach out to somebody. There's many that are similar to myself that, we do try and connect with you and help you through these challenging times, and I'm more than happy to be there for you. All right, my first caller is Debbie from Dover in Delaware, USA. Hi, Debbie, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. How are you?
Really good, thanks. Thanks for calling in and allowing us to connect for you today.
Thank you.
Cool. First thing I want to say, Debbie, for you is I feel like I'm manifesting something at the moment. So there's something around a decision that you're making that I see a favourable result from. And I feel like it's something you've been wanting to transpire for a little while, but it's like there's opportunity around that. So is this around, so I feel like I'm moving and I'm creating some changes around me.
Yeah, I've been worried about my job. Kind of wondering if something's going on with that, or am I going to stay there, or is something better going to come along?
I feel like there's an opportunity around you, so I don't feel like it's not long-term where you are. And I do want to say to you, it's almost like what Spirit is showing me is you need to meet it halfway. So I need it's like they're showing me I need my resume updated. I need all my information updated on any, kind of, like LinkedIn is a big one here in Australia for people where they connect for people with work. But I just want to say, like, put the wheels in motion. It's like you need to meet this halfway. So update your references and just have everything ready. So when the opportunity comes, you're ready to go. I do feel like there's, or what Spirit is showing me, there's something slightly different you're going to be doing to what you are currently doing. So it's not the same type of work. I feel it's in the same area is what they're showing me, but it's not exactly what you're doing now. It's like you're done with that.
Okay.
Okay, so just
is there any love for me? I just divorced after 28 years and been I'm not sure if I've made the correct decision. My best friend just passed away last month suddenly, and been really sad about that. And I actually inherited her dog, so now I have 3 babies, which I didn't want, but taking care of that. Was wondering if she was around, or does she know I have him, or
yeah, of course you would.
And
Absolutely.
is there any love in the stars for me?
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost, when you do things like you're taking on her dog, it's like Spirit looks after you, you're looking after to Spirit. And let me see, I want to connect in with her. She's got a bit of personality, I want to say, so there's a little bit of comedy around that. And she's relating something to the dog, as in, I don't know whether the dog's doing something a bit mischievous, but it's like she's showing me to share it with you so that you know that she's around and she's connecting in with you. She is showing me also that there's some kind of pact. I don't know whether you and her had a conversation about you're not allowed to say yes unless all that your ducks are in a row. So I almost feel like what she's showing me is you're going to be doing a little bit of work on yourself first, because 28 years is a long time, and it's like you deserve to have somebody that's equal to you. And I feel like, well, what she's showing me is that in the past, or in that 28 years, you lost a lot of yourself, and it's like it's time for you to get back the true Debbie. It's like, and Debbie in her power. And I feel like she's showing me, I want Debbie to use her voice more and say, not just go along with things, and actually stand up more in your personal power. And I feel like the end result of that is attracting the right person.
Okay.
But it's like she's guiding you. She's guiding you from above. Now, she's showing me what I'm getting around her was she really didn't want to leave. So she's just sharing that with me, saying, I really didn't feel like it was my time to go. But now, having crossed over, she acknowledges that it was. But when they Spirit show me that, it's almost like whether she believed that that she wasn't going to pass, or there's something around her just sharing that you would relate to her not quite believing it was her time.
No, it wasn't her time. Tomorrow she would have actually been 50 years old, and it was just a shock.
Yep.
So I'm trying to figure out what happened to her.
Yeah, okay, yep, so there's question marks around that, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. She
been really sad when she left us.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like she's putting her hand up to say it wasn't. I feel a little bit like it's been looked as if she made that choice to go, but she actually didn't. So it's like that's really important. So I don't know whether, I think you know that, but whether others around questioning that, because it's like she's very strongly saying no, she, you know, she didn't play a part in that. So it's like that's very strongly around, you know, coming through for you. I feel like also she's showing me you were one of the few people that really understood her, because she's showing me there was a thing of being misunderstood a lot and people not really knowing her as well as what you did. So it's like you guys were more like sisters than you were just friends.
We were.
She's also, yeah, she's also showing me, you know, she's there for you in spirit. And she's telling me to say stuff for family. So I don't know where that fits, but it's like she's going, tell them not to listen to the other family. So I don't know whether you've got family telling you what to do or that are stepping in trying to, you know, give you opinions, because she's going, nah, don't listen to them. What I would love to do is I'd love you to connect with me. I've got about 30 seconds left, which really isn't enough time, but I would love to really connect for you. So message me on my Facebook page, Australia's Cowgirl Medium, and I will continue this off air so that I don't run out of time, because I don't want to cut the connection straight away. So if you can message me, we'll go through that. All right?
Thank you very much.
Now, because I'm out of time. Thanks, Debbie. Get in touch and we'll have a chat. Thanks, guys. Thanks for listening. Same time, same place next week. Woo!
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium with Jordy Jane. Jordy Jane. Live from jordyjanes.com.au.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Jordy Jane's Psychic Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jordy Janes. I have got you for the next 15 minutes in my hot little hands. I'm so excited. So thank you so much for joining me today, and I just want to talk about my week over the last week. Really interesting energies, feeling very stagnant. I actually have a beautiful support system that I go and look after myself and do self-care, which I went to my acupuncturist yesterday, and we had a nice little chat about our awareness and what's going on in the world as well as on social media. And I've actually decided to sort of step away a little bit from social media. I do flick, and it's interesting because my awareness, I'm aware that I'm attached to the screen and I need to stop that. So I'm actually starting to pledge myself to take tally on how often I go on to my Facebook. It's been a couple of weeks doing this. Trying to do it, but I'm going to start taking a tally now and be more aware of what I am connecting to and how I connect to it, because realistically I've actually been under a cloud, and I know that it is a little bit of a collective thing going on at the moment, but I'm actually pulling away from it more and more and being more aware. And this is what I want to sort of give you guys as a little bit of an insight for the week coming as well, is be more aware of what your actions are and be aware of where you're going in your life over the next week, in a sense of what you're putting your energy into, what you are putting your awareness into. Now, it's really interesting. When I always talk about the collective, and the collective is the big sort of energy of the world, of the state, of the country that you live in, and being aware of the external as well, but also be aware of the internal consciousness of who we are and what sits right and what doesn't sit right. And we do get a little bit clouded with the collective. We get a little bit clouded of going, oh, is that my thoughts? Am I supposed to be following that? Or am I supposed to be doing this? For me, I'm really starting to pull back and go, you know what? This is how I feel. This is how I see it. And this is my thoughts on things. But I don't push into the collective of my opinion, only because it's who I am and the way I move through it. So I really sort of implore you to have a look at your awareness for the next week, because I know my awareness has been clouded a lot by judgment, by connecting with people who I love dearly, but they have a beautiful, different way of viewing things. And I love them for that. And I trust in my friendship, but I really step away from, okay, yeah, it doesn't really sit right with me. So really being true to yourself is the key, I feel, this week, is being the key to trusting how you feel and bringing your thoughts into, sort of bringing awareness, I should say, into your heart space, and really breathe into that heart space and feel whether or not that particular area or that particular awareness or that particular thought is actually sitting with you. Does that make sense? So I hope this week really sort of be aware of your own stuff, be aware of who you are, and self-care. I mean, I praise my acupuncturist, and I had a great session with her yesterday. You should see my back. It looks like I've been hit with tennis balls because I love cupping. But the stagnaticity around me was quite prevalent with the way I sit and I don't do workouts, and I need to start doing that. So I need to move my energy. So yeah, but that's just, so please this week, be aware of you, be aware of self-care. As I always say to my beautiful students, self-care, self-worth, self-confidence is my major three things. And if one of them disappears, then the others sort of fall out of sync. So yeah. So now I have a beautiful caller called Rachel. Hi, Rachel. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good. Oh my God, I love your energy. Sorry, your voice is just gorgeous. I hope, did I pronounce that right? Is it Rachel?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and you're beautiful Arkansas. I can't wait to get over there when we can actually travel. I'm really looking forward to going over to the States. So how would you like me to work for you today? Would you like me to work psychically?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Would you like me to work psychically with what's going on around you, or mediumshiply, which is connecting with loved ones?
I guess psychically.
Yeah, sure, not a problem. So as I connect with you, I feel that your energy is quite sprightly, and I do feel like sometimes I want to say to you that you sometimes get a little bit over energetic. Does this make sense? Because I feel like as I connect with you, you've got this beautiful way of turning things like a frown upside down. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. And I know, I want to say to you, are you still at school? Are you studying?
No, I work at home.
Okay, because it's interesting, because I feel like I want to go something about college with you, but if it's not study, there's something about this for you or hanging around you at the moment. So can I just leave that with you for a second? Or there's something about someone going to college. There's something about college. I just want to acknowledge this. If it's not around you, I just want to acknowledge that this is around you, though. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. And also I just want to say, it's like I want to go, it's about time. So I don't know what this is all about, but I feel like I want to say you've finally bitten the bullet, or there's been someone who who needs to go has finally bitten the bullet and you're very supportive, or there's a lot of support around this for you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. And also, I want to acknowledge that you organise everything, but you don't organise time for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Because I just looked at, like, when I know this, they show me a calendar and it's like I've got post-it notes on the calendar. I feel like I want to say rearrange your time a little bit to put some time in for you. So it's like taking time out to look at your calendar, look at your week, look at your days, and change some time around so you've actually got time for you. Does that make sense? Like, actually put time in for you.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, also, I want to say, just going into that as well, do you have a family?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have 2 children?
I have 2 at home. I have 2 that are grown.
Okay, thank you. Because I just want to say that the 2 that are home, I feel like they're running rings around you at the moment. And it's quite funny because I feel like they're both comedians, or they both love pulling pranks on you. They're that sort of beautiful, clowny type of kids. Does this make sense to you?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. So for some reason, they're showing me chocolate, and I don't know if there's a joke around chocolate or there's chocolate, but I want to say, and it's like the Hershey's syrup I'm seeing, but I just want to talk about chocolate or chocolate syrup. So can I leave this with you? Or fudge. There's something about chocolate fudge. I just don't know what that is, but I'll just leave that with you. But they're showing me that these beautiful kids,
hello,
yes, they run rings around you, but they also keep you on a lighter note. Does that make sense to you?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me? Yep, okay. So I just, anyway, I'll just keep going with what I'm seeing. But the 2 kids, Rachel, are just absolutely gorgeous, and they like to keep you on your toes and be real clowns. I know one of them's a real clown. I think it's the youngest one. And also, I just want to say, hi, Rachel. Sorry, I'm just going to get you to look back. That's okay. I just want to get you to look back later, but I was talking about the youngest one being a clown. For some reason, I can see them in a clown suit, so I don't know where that sits. But I just feel like I want to say they really keep you on your toes. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Thank you. The biggest thing is I want you to trust with what you receive. You're too much in your head. I've got about 90 seconds. You're too much in your head at the moment, Rachel, and you need to breathe into your heart space, is what I was talking about before. So trust in what your heart gives you. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, cool. But I do feel like there's study coming up for you, and it's really good. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Big hugs to you, darling. Thank you so much for being my caller today. And if you like to keep connecting with me, just go to my Facebook page, Geordie Jane Psychic Medium. I still haven't got my website up. So have a good day, or good evening, I should say.
Oh, thank you as well.
Thank you. All right, beautiful people, have a lovely, lovely week. I will see you next week, and it's my dad's birthday on the weekend. So I wish everyone, if there's a birthday coming up this week, happy birthday, and have a great week, and I'll see you next week. All right, bye for now.
are Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight, coming near the end of October, and I think we're going to have an early fall here in New York because I don't think the temperature got above 75 degrees today. Gosh, that's wonderful. Although they say it'll be 91 degrees tomorrow, but that's, hey, New York, you never know what's coming. I am right off the Times Square area, so I'm right in the heart of New York City, and I'm here to take your tarot questions, or questions that we will answer with the tarot. If you want to ask me some tarot questions, that's fine. But I can tell you how you can find all the answers to all your tarot questions is by getting a copy of the book that's named after this show, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It's a book CD set. Look how easy it is for me to slip product placement in right at the beginning. Today is important. Today is a very important day for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It is show number 300. That's 300. This is a red letter day. Show number 300. You know how I celebrated today? I read a letter. Okay, that's a cheap joke. I won't do that again. Maybe on show 600 I'll do it. But yes, this is our 300th show, which means that you can go to the archives at askoneradio.com, and as of tomorrow, you're able to listen to 300 shows. If that's your bag, you know, I don't know if I could take it. I suppose in little doses, but with 300 shows in a row, that could be lethal. So hey, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep pushing because this is the day of the week that I look forward to. Every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, I jump into the magical window so that we can see what's coming up in our lives. We can find out what the direction, what the trend of our existence is. You can get questions answered about what other people are doing in your life. You know, you may suspect that somebody is not treating you fairly. We can look at the cards. There are cards that'll tell you that. I've been doing this stuff since the 1980s, and I never take it for granted. The things that these cards show me just blow my mind. Every show it happens that way too. There's a temptation when you do this kind of stuff to think that you're doing it. You know, it would be a big mistake because I'm not doing it. You know, you, the person getting the reading, these are your cards. You're doing it. So the cards that come out, I'm just going to tell you what they mean, and then together we'll work out a storyline for the cards. That's how I do. There are many ways to read the cards. I have books and books and books of complicated layouts. Some of them use just 3 cards. Some of them use 12 cards. Some of them use all the cards. And other people just read with the 22 major cards. It can be done. I personally like to use all the cards. There was a reading, oh gosh, this goes way back to the days of the esoteric Order of the Golden Dawn in England, which featured such luminaries as William Butler Yeats and Aleister Crowley and Florence Farr. Now, nobody, if you're into British plays and theater, you would probably know who Florence Farr is, more than I do. That's the only reason I know who she is because of her connection with the Golden Dawn. But they had a way of reading the cards where you would come to me, let's say, as a reader, and then I would break the pack up into 4 piles, and each pile would represent one of the one of the suits: wands, cups, swords, pentacles. Wands are career, cups are emotions, swords are either conflict or mental activity, depending upon the way they fall, and pentacles, coins, that's money. That's an easy one to remember. And I would look for the card that represents you. Each person has a significator, they call it. It's a card that signifies you. and let's say I find your significator in the card of cups, then I would say, well, you're asking about something that's about emotions and about love and romance. And then you say to me, no, not at all. And then I say, oh, well, we'll try again tomorrow. That's how that would work. You'd go through all that stuff, and then, if it didn't come out right. I'll tell you something funny about the significator, because this is, I have some video of me doing this, but of course people don't believe my videos anyway. They think I'm a card shark. Believe me, if I could manipulate cards like that, I'd be in Las Vegas. I wouldn't be doing this. You'd be reading about me in the paper, either because I made a killing in Las Vegas or someone in Las Vegas killed me, one or the other, if I could work cards like that. But my significator is the King of Coins. It's just, that's a card that represents a guy over 21 and Hal. And the coins relates to my birth sign, which my birthday is in early January. So I can split the tarot deck. I can split it into 3 piles, and all the time I can pick the one that my card is in. Now, that's not a card trick, because the only time it failed was one time when I was deliberately showing off and trying to be smug. See, like I say, you can't think that it's you doing this, and the cards are doing it. How? We have no idea. There are some people who think that the cards are alive. There's evidence that's been developed over the years through things like quantum physics that everything is actually conscious, that because everything is vibrating, and consciousness is a form of vibration. Yeah, it's a big thing. I'm working on a new web page at my website, Just What We Need. I think I'm pushing towards 100 pages now, with chock full of information about coincidences, or is it ESP? See, I don't remember who it is. I've got a mind like a sieve, but I have it at the page that I'm building. A scientist, he said, he defined coincidence as what you have left over after you apply bad theory. Overall, science will label anything that they can't explain a coincidence. It's quite funny. So I can do this consistently. I can put 3 piles of cards there and find the one that has the King of Coins in it. And yet there are people who've told me that that's just a coincidence, and I have lost track of how many times I've done this over the years. It's just ridiculous. I first did this in the mid-'80s, and like I say, it only failed once, and that was when I was not humble about it. I was trying to act as though, and you biblical scholars will know what I'm talking about, because that's what got Moses in big trouble. That he did something and he pretended like that it was his power. You know what I mean? If you don't know, I'll just drop me an email at asktaro@earthlink.net. asktaro@earthlink.net, and I'll direct you to that part of the Torah, sometimes called the Old Testament. I once wrote the New Improved Testament. You got the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the New Improved Testament. It was a very simple one. It consists of one sentence. It says, "Love thy neighbor as you love thyself, or else." And I wrote a whole short story around that. And if you haven't heard of me as a famous short story writer, that just gives you an idea of the level of my writing, because nobody's heard of me as a story writer. I have been heard of as an occult writer. I attract contact from people all over the world about my books, which is fun. So, that's what we're going to do tonight, is we're going to spend an hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. And it's show number 300, as I said. And I feel just now, as I did 300, really 299 shows ago, I suppose. I remember that very first show I did here on Ask One Radio. I had no idea what to expect. I didn't even know if this would work. I was doing face-to-face readings with people exclusively. I never so much as did a telephone reading from home. I would just have a person would come to me, and I'd sit there right in front of the person, and we'd do the reading together. So to think that I can, I've done readings for people now all over the world through Ask One Radio. London, Australia, one of the Arab countries. I remember. I think it might have been Abu Dhabi. I don't remember. And it works. It just really works. And that's not, again, my power. That is a testament to the power of the tarot cards. And they are look, people have been reading these things for hundreds and hundreds of years, and they work. People wouldn't do that. I know a lot of people define insanity as doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. I don't expect anything when I do this, and people have been doing it over and over for centuries, and it's really not portrayed fairly in most movies, tarot reading, because they use it in horror films. There's a film called The Red Violin, which shows the serious use of tarot cards. It's now that, I mean, it's just part of a person's life back then. I think it takes place in the 1500s, the first part of the movie, and then it jumps to modern times. But it's marvelous because it actually shows tarot integrated into the daily life of a person who consults it, and we've lost some of that. So I didn't even know if anybody would be calling when I did the show. But I've since found, of course, that there's a massive audience for Ask One Radio, and there should be, because it's positive. The radio, Ask One Radio is positive. I'm a fan of Ask One Radio. I listen to Ask One Radio probably more than anyone else. And it's really fun, and I recommend so many shows that you can listen in. You can find the stream for this at askoneradio.com, or you can go to my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, click on the page that says Ask One Radio, and there's you just click on the image of that page of a good old-fashioned wooden radio from the old days, and you'll hear Ask One Radio all day long to your heart's content. It's just it's so much to listen to. It's very hard to turn away from. I don't get much work done. I get engrossed in the phone calls and listen to it just like any other listener. So I'm happy to be here doing that too. I can't believe it's been 300 shows, but hey, next week it'll be 301. So I'm building a page about what science would call coincidences, but it's you'll decide when you see it. It could just be that science doesn't have all the answers. It would be fascinating if they did have all the answers, because we don't even know the questions. I'm also building a page at my website, as I mentioned last week, about the Visconti Sforza tarot deck, which is from the 15th century, I believe. It's one of the oldest surviving tarot decks around, and it's gorgeous. If you go over to my website now and click on where it says Visconti Sforza Tarot, you'll see a sample of a few cards as I build the site, and I'm going to add more and more information to that shortly. So listen. More about what I do later, and as the show progresses, I'll mention various products and various books that could enhance your life. But first, we're going to start with the readings, and I do that every week by ringing a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. I'm going to do it fast this time, so it'll be like instant sacred space. There, that's not cheating, is it? So we're going to pull the curtain back on the magical window now for Courtney in Rochester, New York. Hi, Courtney. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing fine. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Good, good. Well, what can we look at for you?
I was just looking for something just general. Like, I don't have like a specific thing.
Okay, it's my favorite kind of reading. So I'm going to shuffle the cards up and see which direction they take us in. There we go. Good card, good card. These are cards of, conflict in a way. The first, I have the Justice card and the Queen of Swords, and together that makes me wonder, do you have any legal thing going on, like a court case?
No.
Okay, do you have, is there any kind of conflict in your life, something that's not going right that, because according to this, there's some conflict here. It's either coming or it's happening now. But it shows me that you're going to do okay. You're going to be all right with it.
Okay.
Because this is a powerful reading. I have 5 cards here, and only one of them is a minor card. 4 of them are major cards. So that tells me that whatever this relates to, it's very important. There's the Justice card that I mentioned and the Queen of Swords. Then there's the Magician. That's a person who's capable of drawing power from above, spiritual power, and using it here on earth. And the Judgment card, which is a card of rebirth. In a bigger sense, it's getting what you deserve, which is always a good card when there's a legal action involved. And the Star, which is a card of optimism and hope. So what I'm seeing is that if there is any conflict that's going to arise in the near future in your life, this is saying you're going to be just fine.
Okay.
So I'm glad there isn't a court case going on now. But if something, it doesn't have to be in a court. It could be just anything. It could be work related. It could be family. But there will be some kind of a conflict I see coming up in your life. But you've got the power and ability to handle it, and you're going to come out fine. In fact, you're probably going to come out better than you went in. Especially if it's I love when that happens. If there's somebody deliberately trying to hurt you, and you come out better than you were, then that's better than any revenge. That's it reminds me of Nietzsche saying, "Whatever doesn't kill me makes me stronger," which of course I can see that philosophically, but I don't. I would prefer weightlifting to get stronger rather than having horrible things happen to me constantly. But there's nothing terrible happening here. It's just that there'll be a conflict. Now, overall, I have the Ace of Rods also here. Just I want to see what this relates to. So this tells me, do you work? I mean, are you looking for a new job or a new career?
I'm trying to see what I should do. I've been home with my kids for like 3 years now. Mm-hmm. So I'm not working except for like just the homeschooling. Okay, well
that's work. Taking care of kids is work, as you know.
For sure.
I don't have to tell you. But see, the Ace of Rods and the Eight of Coins are two specific cards that refer to something new coming in terms of career and work. The Ace of Rods, the aces are beginnings and rods are about career. So that's why I infer that there's something new coming your way. That's why I asked you if you're looking for something or thinking about a new career of some sort. The Eight of Coins is a fascinating card because that is a card about a person who applies herself to a new job. And it is a job that other people will try to tell you not to do because they'll think they will think it's beneath you. But you know that it's more than just an entry-level job. It's a gateway. You know that if you do this well, it'll lead to many other things. So, other people won't see what you see, and so you may not get much support from friends or family, but you know that it'll be the right thing. I do see that you'll be starting something new, and it will lead to other things for you. So yes, that's why I asked if you're thinking about that. So I think it's going to work out fine for you. And remember, the last card I had in the original string of cards here was about hope and optimism. So I think that what you're going to get what you want. So those are the two things that I see here. That one is a career shift, that you're starting a new career, but it's something that you know is going to be good for you, while other people around you think it won't be. And I have these major cards that say that some sort of a conflict is going to develop, but it will be fine. So when it comes, don't sweat it. I'm not saying ignore it, but it's telling me that the way you handle it will be the right way to handle it.
Right. Okay.
Does that help?
It does. Yeah.
Great. So, is there anything else you want to look at?
No, that was pretty much it. I mean, I was going to ask about my relationship. That's why the court thing has me thinking, because I can't think of anything else I would go to court for besides our son.
Well, that was
the only other thing that I was thinking.
It doesn't necessarily have to be court. It's just because when I see the justice card, most of the time it turns out that way, but not always. It could just mean that you're not being treated fairly, and you try to rectify that. You see, it's about that kind of a conflict. It's about getting what you deserve, and making sure that you're treated properly. And in a broader sense, I mean, the courts theoretically exist to protect the weak from the strong. That's the basic concept of law, of jurisprudence, I suppose. But it doesn't necessarily mean that this is going to be a court case that you'll be involved in. It just means that there may be a conflict with some people, and I see you handling it very well. So you seem to be a very determined person who knows what she wants. So I think that you're going to be fine with all this.
Awesome. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, boy, a dial tone. You don't hear those very often these days. I have a landline when it works. My landline has been going on and off for the last couple of months. And no, I've been paying the bill. Don't be smart. I love that when they used to tell kids that. Don't be smart. What are you supposed to do? Be stupid? Who knows? The cards are all shuffled up now. Show number 300. Wow. Jasmine in Wilson, North Carolina is on. Hi, Jasmine. You're on with Reverend Elliott.
Hey,
Hi, how you doing tonight, Jasmine?
I'm okay.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you?
I want to know, do my boyfriend Gerard really love me? And I'm going to put my ear on so I can talk to you.
Do you want to know if the person
Okay,
really loves
sir.
you?
Yes,
Sorry, I
because-
missed that. What was the question?
Okay, I'm supposed to got some money back, but he didn't tell me the money was in his bank account or whatever. I wonder did he go ahead? I wonder did he spend the money or the money's waiting on me when I come? He said he's supposed to send some. He's supposed to be buying some tickets for us, for me and my children to move up there where he at. But I don't know that he really want me up there with him.
Well, that's a very layered thing. Let's break that down. What is the first part you want to look at?
Do he love me?
Does he love you? Okay.
Yeah.
That can be. Well, listen to this. The card I got is the Lovers. Okay, so I think we can say that's a good sign. Now, what's the next part to look at?
Do he do talking to other girls?
So is he playing around a little, huh?
Yeah, I just want to like, because me and him, like, I stay in the whole state and he stay in the whole state. He's 14 hours away from me.
Okay, well, let's see. Well, I'm gonna level with you. I've got a card here which is about somebody who's not being fair to you, who's not treating you fairly. So now, let me put it this way: if my experience is that if you have to ask a question like that, you probably know the answer, and But this is a card of somebody kind of sneaking around, and
okay.
So that's the card I've got. I just these are very direct. You're getting direct answers. Like the first one was the Lover's card, and now this. So what is the next part of the question?
Like he just said that his dog just ran out. Did his dog ran out?
Is what ran out?
He said his dog just ran out. He said, I'm gonna call you back. The dog just ran out.
Oh, okay. The dog. Okay. Well, what I've got. The thing is, what I've got are cards of somebody who's not being completely honest with you. So,
right.
Let's see what else I can get here. Well, this is an interesting card considering what's going on. It's the Two of Cups. The Two of Cups can mean one of two things. It can mean either a new relationship for you or that the relationship you're in is going to reach a new level. So that's something that if we had a lot of time to do a private reading, we could go into that. But that's followed by the Four of Swords, which is about taking time out and a break. So you're thinking of kind of taking some time out from this relationship, aren't you?
Yeah, because I cheated on him or whatever. But I know he's talking to somebody, but he's not gonna tell me.
No. You see, I'm getting. This is probably a reflection about the nature of the relationship. I'm getting mixed messages here because I'm getting cups, which is good. Cups are about relationships. And after the Four of Swords here, which is about taking time out and letting things just kind of percolate and settle down, I have the Ace of Cups, which is the beginning of something nice and something good. So that tells me the Two of Cups and the Four of Swords and the Ace of Cups are all telling me that your relationship is headed for a transition period, that the future of the relationship is going to be decided in the next short while, because it's changing and it's growing, and it's going to be up to the both of you The next card I have is the Temperance card, and that tells me that balance will be restored in the relationship. So I think whatever is going on that you're not happy about, I think it's going to work itself out, and I think you're going to be able to deal with it very well. Now, that's not to. All I'm saying is, whichever way it works out, I see you being happy with it. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Bye-bye. And that was very direct answers we're getting there, but that last one is interesting. That last set of cards was interesting. Sometimes the cards will answer a question with one card, and sometimes we need a few cards. And that time we used an example of both of those things. Going to shuffle up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with me, Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner. By that I mean I devise magic rituals for people. I can do them for you, which I would prefer not to do because they're so much stronger if you do them yourself. You want to know how magic ritual works, and this is going to sound what's the word I'm looking? I know it's a word. It's one of the most mispronounced words in the world, and we can probably thank George Carlin for that. The word is oxymoron, but he, for comedic effect, pronounced it oxymoron, stressing moron. But I like to say, which is mutually exclusive, is what it means in that sense. But what I like to tell people is there's nothing magical about magic work. People have been doing it since the dawn of humanity. We've been doing this kind of stuff. And it works through the mind and it works through the body. And it's completely natural. It's got no conflict with any religion. It's not a religion in and of itself. And it's about strengthening your will. Magic has been defined quite aptly, I believe, as the ability to cause changes to occur in life in conformity with your will and your desires. So that's what you can do with it. And if you want to know more about it, check out my webpage, magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And there's a contact form there, so you can contact me if you have any questions. I'm always available for the Ask One radio audience, especially. I spend a lot of my day chatting with people who contact me through the website. And you can find a whole bunch of pages there at the top of that website, at the top of the homepage, that you can find something you're interested in. Candle magic, oils and incense, revenge, all that kind of stuff. If you want to know more about it, you can take the next step, which is to read my book, Reverend Elliot Explains It All, and see how magic can enhance your life. And tarot is just part of it. If you came to me and you wanted some ritual work done, that's the first thing we would do, is have a private tarot reading. And there's also a page for that at my website, because what I'm doing here now is a highly condensed version of what you and I can do on the phone, privately. We don't have a few million people listening that way. And they're quite affordable, my rates. And I'm knocking some money off of those now anyway, just to celebrate the fact that I had a rather nasty disease a few months ago, the one that you've been reading about in the news. Yes, I was fortunate enough to win that lottery. I got that illness, but it didn't kill me. And I'm still here. So that's why I am knocking some money off of all my tarot readings. How much? I start at 10%, but if you want to take more, just say I'd like to pay a little less. I don't turn people away because of money. It's just not my thing. It's just, I like doing readings for people, and I don't let cash get in the way. So don't be shy about calling me or emailing me or contacting me any way you want. A lot of people have my phone number. That's an easy way to do it too. However, check out my page, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you'll see that the rates are right there. Maybe you and I will talk privately, and it's just like this, and we'll do a reading. And if the reading goes any longer than we schedule the time for, no extra charge. That's just the way it works. Alyssa in Elton, Louisiana is next. Hi, Alyssa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Alyssa.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight, Alyssa?
I'm good. I'm sitting through a hurricane.
Good, good. What can I look at for you?
What does my love life have in store for me next?
Okay, let's see. That's a good question. What does your love life have in store for you next? And what was that other part?
Sir.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
there
going to
wasn't
shuffle.
another one.
I'm going to shuffle up the cards now, and I have an interesting story about in my website, magic-works.com, magic with a CK at the end, about a love potion that I devised for somebody. That was a fascinating thing. That was fascinating. And it's a bit of a read, but it's an interesting story because a lot of people don't do love potions because that's almost like black magic. I know it sounds warm and fuzzy, but to make somebody love you is that's interfering with their will. But I did do something similar to in a kinder way. So check that out. Because if you have if there's a romance thing that's like on the border, a little magical work is good to help kick it off. So let's see what we get here. I shuffled up the cards. Oh boy. Okay. Now, the 10 of Cups is here. That's an excellent card. The 10 of Cups is perfected happiness. Cups are the cards of romance and emotion and love. The Wheel of Fortune is there. That means the situation that you're in now is going to change. So whether you want that or not, it's if you're looking for a change, there's change coming. But the next card, which I had earlier for somebody, is the Ace of Cups, and that means something new is coming to you in terms of romance. That could either mean a new relationship, or it could mean a relationship that you're in is going to reach a higher level. So now that's going to happen pretty fast. That's in the works now. There's somebody interested in you now. Are you with anybody at the moment? Are you in a relationship?
No.
Well, you're going to be, according to these cards, and it's going to be a really good one. According to these cards,
Nice.
it's going to be really good. That 10 of Cups is a good sign. So the situation that you're in now, as I said, is going to change, and that's followed by the Ace of Cups, which tells me that there is going to be a relationship coming. Although there's the Ace of Cups is more of a potential than reality, but with the way these cards are, it sounds really real to me. And then the 8 of Rods is here, and that's just a timing card. That means that it's in the works now. So I see, let me put it this way, a real hell of a good relationship is coming your way.
Good.
Now here's another card. Just pulled one more card to see what we can find out about that, and that's the 6 of Cups. See, Cups again. The cards like you because you asked about affairs of the heart, and you're getting Cups, which is exactly what you should get for that. If all the cards came up coins, I would say, I think there's a money issue going on that's more important. But this is addressing exactly what you have in your mind. Now, the 6 of Cups is a fascinating card. That is about the past. And it generally means that somebody that you had been involved with in the past or someone you knew in the past, even as far back as childhood, is going to be coming back into your life. So keep an eye out for that. It may be somebody you were with once before, maybe somebody who, your paths just went two different ways, but keep an eye out for that because the 6 of Cups is generally right about that somebody from your past is going to resurface in your life. And it's up to you to decide whether that's good or bad. Put it that way. Now, so I think you're headed for an interesting time. So keep aware of somebody from your past who may show up, and give them serious thought when they do, and see where they're at now. People change, So if people don't change, there's something wrong. Right? But I know. I'm an old guy, and I know people. I run into people who knew me like in grade school, and they express surprise, and they say, you're not like you used to be. I said, well, of course not. I was 9.
Yeah.
So, it's just funny how people think. But this is there's a card of nostalgia, and that's that 6 of Cups. It's a good experience. It's somebody who you enjoyed being around may come back into your life. So keep an eye out for that.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
My pleasure. So you're headed for a good time. Thanks for calling.
All right. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. and we'll shuffle them up again. Yeah, you check out my website, magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and you'll see there's stuff in there about love and romance and using magic to draw that. And there's some warning there. You know, I tell a few stories that are warnings about being really careful when you mess with love spells. You got to be really careful. You got to go to somebody who knows what they're doing, because there's a law of unintended consequences, as they call it, and you want to get somebody who's thoroughly versed in magic. And I can tell you, I have one of the things I specialize in are there are 27 rituals that will cover just about anything you need. And these are not cheap. These are simple to do. They'll take a little time, but they will really fill you with your purpose, and they will fill you with energy. And I do need to put a page up on my website about that. I tell a story. I mentioned this last week too, and I heard from a couple of people about it. The question is, did magic give you what you wanted or what you needed? And sometimes those are not the same things, as the Rolling Stones pointed out so many years ago. I did a ritual. Let's see, how far back ago? That would have been 19 years ago, just about. I did a ritual to win the lottery. It was called the Rewarding Ticket Come to Me ritual. And that's generally meant to be a lottery. But you see, it doesn't say lottery in the ritual. But you state what you want. And I bought some lottery tickets, and frankly, every single one of them won some money. You know, not a lot, but enough to make it worthwhile. But that wasn't the rewarding ticket that I got. I got something else. I got something else that was far, far better. My name was pulled in something that changed my life. I mean, if that hadn't happened, things would be very, very different in my life. So you got to be prepared for that kind of stuff when you do magical work. And not all unintended consequences are bad, as this shows. But that's in my book. I was giving it a little teaser last week. That's in my book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, about the time I did that ritual. And there's a lot of other wonderful stuff in there. And that's the Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. That's the one about tarot. See, I don't even know my own books anymore. Reverend Elliot Explains It All. That's the one. If you're interested in using magic to help you in life, please get a copy of Reverend Elliot Explains It All, which is a kind of a humorous title, because I can't explain everything, because I don't know everything. There, I said it. I love it. I'm so humble. I am the most humble person around. Now, that's not a very humble statement, right? Another oxymoron. So you check that out. But I'm not trying to tease you into buying the book by telling you to read this story about what happened with my ticket, because if you really want to know and you would prefer not to buy the book, you just email me at asktarot@earthlink.net and I'll send you a copy of that chapter. How's that? Fair enough? I don't want to make it sound like I'm overly commercializing what I'm doing here. Although commerce, nothing wrong with commerce. You know, you buy, you sell. I do get paid for my work. Somebody once asked me that. How can you get paid for what you do? How can you take money for that? I said, because there's a thing called the esoteric economy, the occult economy. If you give nothing, you get nothing, generally speaking. And it's a time-honored sentiment, and I agree with it. If you're worth your labor, you're worth your keep. Now, that doesn't mean that you should be robbed, you know. I mean, I remember I had to deal with a person who called me to see if there was anything I could do to help out legally, because they bought some candles for somebody for candle magic, and I do that too. You know, dress the candles with oil, put markings on the candle, give a piece of paper with it to tell the person what to do. But this person paid like $700 for those candles, and that was just ludicrous. You know, that was wrong. So I advised her about what to do, and I never heard back. So we'll see. I don't know, but no, you don't do that. That's the one thing. If you're magical, there's a lot of people out there, and right now there's a lot of interest in magical work because of what's going on in the world. It's a very uncertain time. There are people scared. There are people sick. There are people dying. And I believe me, I know, because I was one of those people who got sick. And people are turning to the occult arts now for answers and for help. And you charge a fair price. You don't bleed people. And I tell you right now, go to my webpage and look at the Code of Ethics. I'm a member of the board of directors of the American Tarot Association, and we have a code of ethics. And one of those is that you don't gouge people for money. You don't do it. You don't charge $700 to send 2 candles to somebody. I don't even know why that person paid it, but she did, because some people can be very persuasive and they can be very forceful when it comes to people who need something. I'm not one of them. I don't, you want a few candles dressed with me, it's going to be a very fair price that we agree on, and we put it in writing, and that writing is there to tell you exactly what is required of me so that I live up to the agreement. Anytime I do magical work for people, I have an agreement that we sign together, so that we're all clear about what I charge and what I must do for you, what my responsibilities are. It's a business in that way, and it should be looked upon that way. But please, this is one of the things I want you to know, because there are a lot of people who are not experienced in this, who are looking for help from esoteric practitioners for the first time in their lives. Do not pay a lot of money for services. Now, I do certain things that can run up to, I think the most expensive stuff I do is like $200, but that's for an entire kit where I make the oil and I make the incense and I dress the candles. There was a time when I even made the candles myself, but that's pushing it a little bit. That's being too much of a control freak. And I give you a ritual to read and follow. It's a whole kit. And you can use that for the rest of your life, but that's a lot of work for me. And I charge accordingly. It can be a couple of $100s, but if you want to pay less, we'll work something out. But very few people need that. Most people just need, say, like a $10 reading, right? That's a very popular thing that I do. I do a $10 tarot reading with an email. I'm going to put a thing about that at my website. I mean, at my Facebook page, but there's a link to that at my website, my social media stuff. Check it out, because that's one of my favorite things to do, are these $10 tarot readings that you do by email. You get a 2-page color report. There you go. See, and you can print it out and you can read it, and that usually suffices. So, and from there on in, the readings go up to an hour long, depending on what you need. So keep it in mind, but just remember, my prices are published at magic-works.com. Don't let somebody take advantage of you in a time of crisis and bleed you. Please don't. All professions have scoundrels, or, to be even more old-fashioned, rascals. Those words have kind of lost their meaning. They sound quaint now. But if you think you're paying too much for something, you're paying too much for it. So let's be reasonable about it. And in fact, you can contact me if you have any doubts and you have any questions about it. I'll be happy to give you a little advice, and I don't charge for that. Just send me an email at asktarot@earthlink.net. So that's my little, because it's been all over the news lately that people who have never done this before are contacting occult practitioners for answers, because the future is muddy. The future is bleak. We may be going into a depression soon. So let's use a little common sense, and there's no point in paying a fortune for these things. I'll be more than happy to help you out if you want to decide about using somebody. End of sermon, folks. Remember, asktarot@earthlink.net is my email. Anyone's welcome to send me something anytime. Lisa in Ontario is next. Hi, Lisa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you today?
I'm doing well. I really appreciate your patience while I went off on a little diatribe there. But I thank you for hanging on. What can I look at for you, Lisa?
I don't know. I'm kind of new at this. Can you just tell me if me and my ex will get back together?
Okay, you and your ex were getting back together. Okay, now.
If we will.
Let's see. I wanted... This is fascinating, because there's a card that keeps coming up today. This is like the third time in terms of a reading about relationships where this has come up. The first card the first card I have is the devil. That rarely comes up in my readings, oddly enough. Now, it's not like Satan, and it's not about evil. The devil card is about a very charismatic person, about a person. The symbolism on most decks of cards shows two people chained to a block of concrete that a person is sitting on top of, and all that refers to is it's a powerful person, and it's a person who exudes great attractiveness. And there are a lot of advantages to being around a person like that, but there's also things you got to be careful of, like that you don't swallow your own personality in favor of a stronger person's personality. So what I see is that the person you're asking about is a very compelling person, a person who I'm trying to do this in the most positive way, because it can easily sound bad because of the reference to the devil, but it's not bad. It's a very attractive and powerful person. Does that describe the person you're dealing with?
A little bit, yes.
Okay, now the next card is also a major card, and that's the Sun. And that's a card about healing and growth and happiness. Now, when that comes up in a situation where someone is asking about an ex, it tells me that there's a very good possibility that the relationship can be repaired and revived. The Ace of Cups, that's the third time today I got that, is about the beginning of either a new relationship or a new phase in a relationship. So that tells me there's also a chance of this happening. And now here's the tricky card. It's the World. And you have three major cards here, so this is a very important issue in your life. You have 3 out of 4 are major cards. The World is about assured success. And that's telling me that you're going to get what you want. The question is, what do you want? I mean, if you just have to consider, do you really, really want that? You want to get back with that person. And if you do, then you'll work at it. Now, this leads right into directly from that. Here's another major card. So yes, this is a very important question in your life. The Lovers. And that card means that you need to make a choice. So what I'm seeing is this is a very powerful person who is very attractive to you, that exerts a great deal of attraction in you. You feel attracted to this person strongly. The Sun tells me that there's a chance of healing and repairing the relationship. The Ace of Cups tells me the same thing. The World tells me there's going to be success in whatever way you choose to go will work well for you. You'll be happy with it. The Lovers just tells me that you need to consider this very carefully. It's like being at a fork in the road. So it's saying that this is a very important question in your life, and you ought to reflect on it, maybe do some meditation, because this is a turning point for you. So whichever way you go, you're going to make the right decision for you. You just kind of I think you're going to need to think about it a little more. But yes, that's the long-winded way of saying there's an excellent chance that you can repair this relationship and get back. Anything else you want to look at in terms of this? Oh, I think we lost Lisa in Ontario. Hang on a second, and we'll see if the technicians can get on the job and get a ladder up there and whack that satellite with a hammer and get that thing working again. You know, there's a joke about that. We were talking about paying professionals to do the work. There's an old joke which I just love it. One day I want to write a book about the truth in life that's told in jokes. There's a company. All their work depends upon one machine, and the machine breaks. And they call an expert, and the expert comes and he takes out a hammer and he hits the machine on the side, and the machine starts working, and everyone's happy. And he gives them a bill, and the bill is for $2,000. And they're saying, "Whoa, what do you mean $2,000? All you did was hit it with a hammer. Give us an itemized bill." So the guy says, "Okay." So he gives him an itemized bill. It says, for hitting the machine with a hammer, $1. For knowing where to hit the machine with the hammer, $1,999. See, there you go. So sometimes you're really paying for expertise. Lisa is back. Hi, Lisa. We lost you. Did you hear what I was saying about the call, about the cards?
No, actually, I didn't. We got disconnected.
Okay, well, there's 2 ways. I'll give you a brief rundown, but by tomorrow, the show will be up at the Ask on Radio archives, and You can find that at my website under, go to the page, go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and click on the page that says The Magical Window. Or you can go to the archive at askoneradio.com. Either one is fine. The main thing I was saying is that we're dealing, the devil card is the one that tells me that you're dealing with a very attractive person, a very seductive person, a really powerful person who is good at getting, that person is good at getting, people like that are good at getting what they want. The sun tells me that there is a very good chance that you can repair this relationship. The Ace of Cups reinforces that. The World tells me that you're going to succeed. You're going to get what you want. The Lover's card tells me, though, that you got to be clear about what you want, because the Lover's card is about making a decision between two possibilities. Sometimes it's defined as a choice between the sacred and the profane, but that doesn't come up much in the real world. That's very philosophical. But this is telling me that you should think about it. You should really meditate on it and take your time and see what it is you want, because you're going to get what you want. And it's like the old, the old Chinese saying, be careful what you wish for, you might get it. But sometimes, I've always liked getting what I wanted. I don't know how you feel about getting what you wanted, but I find that nice. So,
I do too.
Yeah, right. It's better than never getting what you want. But I'm of the belief that if you get what you want and it turns out to be that not what you want, you can deal with that too. So nothing is irreparable. But yes, the short answer to your question about getting back with your ex is that there's a good possibility that you can do that. That if you can work at it, you can. The sun is about healing and growth. So I'm going to take that to mean healing and growth in the relationship. So give it a shot. But the Lover's card is telling me that you got to be clear about which path you want to take, the yes or the no. Now I'm going to give you one more card that confirms everything I think I'm saying here. It's the 10 of Cups. The 10 of Cups is about assured happiness. It's about guaranteed happiness and joy and love. And so that's telling me that, again, whatever decision you make is going to be the right decision. These cards are not saying, yes, go back with that person. No, do not go back with that person. It's just saying that there's a chance that you can repair the relationship, and you need to work at it, and it'll be what you make of it. But you got to do this in a very informed way. This is what the Lovers are. You really need to decide which way you want to go, and do you really want to go that way? But I'm seeing that you're going to be very happy with whatever way it works out. How's that?
Okay, that's good.
I've got to run. What was that?
I was just going to say, how can I get another reading from you later on?
You should just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net, ASKTAROT at earthlink.net, or you can just go to magic-works.com, magick-works.com, and there's a link there to get in touch with me. AskOneRadio.com, you can find the thing about my show there, the blurb they have, and you can click that and you can get to the website. I'm the easiest guy in the world to find. I'd make a terrible fugitive. All you have to do is you type into your search engine Reverend Elliott's Magical Window and you'll find me. And if you go to magick-works.com, check out the page there that says tarot reading, and you'll see a price list, and you can pick whatever is best for you. Because, like I said, I don't charge an arm and a leg, because then I can only read twice for a person. I know, bad joke, but I'll accommodate anybody in terms of price. Like I said, I'm not interested in doing this for the money, but there is an element of professionalism involved. So there you go. I got to run. I got 2 minutes to go. So thanks for calling.
Thank you very much, and you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, and I will, thanks to your call, because you are the final call on my 300th show, and I will always remember this call. Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And that's it, folks. We come to the end. Look how fast it goes. Isn't that something? We come to the end of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window for this week. Not forever. There's no getting rid of me. I go on and on. That's the essence of my sale. That's why I forgot to mention that to the last caller, that I'm knocking off some money on my tarot readings, because the way I put it, and you'll see it, it's a rather ribald little sign. I have a message at my website to that virus. That virus. You know, it's the way they used to refer to that woman or that man. I have a message to that virus, which amounts to, you took your best shot, and I'm still here. You tried to kill me, but you didn't. Oh, you made things miserable for me for a while, but I'm here, and I'm back. I missed a bunch of shows, but I'm here, and I'm celebrating the Hey Virus, You Didn't Kill Me sale. That's what I'm doing. So we'll discuss that if you contact me about getting a reading. I'd be more than happy to do it, because I'm actually more than happy to be alive still. That was miserable. And we're wrapping it up now. So thanks again for listening, folks. I really appreciate it. And I'm going to be here next week at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. We'll be in September by then. So I guess it's fair to say see you in September. So till next week, till September, this is Reverend Elliot reminding you that time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.